All right, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2023 G20 Global Financial Stability Conference. My name is So-yeon Lee, and it is my great honor and pleasure to stand here as a master of ceremony. Since 2013, the G20 Global Financial Stability Conference has been bringing together the world-leading academics, researchers, and experts to share a global look at international finance current states and discuss key implications and countermeasures. Co-hosted by the Ministry of Economy and Finance of Korea and Korea Development Institute, this annual event is held back-to-back with a G20 International Finance Architecture Working Group meeting to enable the fluid policy dialogues. At this conference, our distinguished speakers from academia and think tanks and international financial institutions present today's most pressing concerns of world economy and discuss our next step to tackle these barriers to global financial stability. This conference will commence with the opening addresses and keynote speech, followed by a presentation and discussion over 2 sessions. We hope today's event will be a meaningful time and constructive time to all of you. And with that, we now begin the opening ceremony. Today's opening ceremony will feature 2 opening addresses and 1 keynote speech. First of all, I'd like to invite Mr. Kim Byung-hwan, the first Vice Minister of the Ministry of Economy and Finance, to deliver the first opening address. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Kim Byung-hwan, First Vice Minister of the Ministry of Economy and Finance. I would like to thank everyone for your participation at this G20 Global Financial Stability Conference. And I would like to thank everyone who are joining us both offline and online via YouTube. Let me also thank President Cho Dong-chul of KDI for co-hosting this conference. Let me also thank the former president of the ECB, Jean-Claude Trichet, who is also this keynote speaker. And let me also thank all the speakers for their valuable presentations at the conference today. Ladies and gentlemen, since the pandemic, we see that the global economic order is undergoing vast changes. There have been escalation of the geopolitical risks, such as the Ukrainian war, as well as the US-China tension, which have led to each countries going for their own interests first, as well as trade protectionism, which have also led to supply chain disruptions, as well as rise in the commodity prices, and leading to global inflation. And in response, there has been rapid monetary tightening in major economies, triggering economic downturn and financial instability, which has also now made policy response even more difficult. And even considering the climate change as well as the aging of the population, then we can say that today we are in the new normal where hyper uncertainty has become the norm. Of course, the global economy and the different economies of the world have gone through crises, both big and small, throughout history. And some say that it was the complacency, thinking that it'll be different this time, that has magnified the crisis. But I must say that this crisis, in a different sense, do have some differences compared to the more recent crises, like the 2008 global financial crisis, as well as the 2020 pandemic crisis. Now, first, the causes of the crisis are not arising from aggregate demand, but more from the supply-side shock. And also, it's not credit crunch affecting or slowing down the real economy, but the shock in the real economy affecting the financial market. meaning that it is different from other crises where we could lower the interest rate and have fiscal expansion to respond. And also, remembering the after effects of the hyperinflation as well as the hyper interest rate in the early 1980s, we must also remember that the response has to be different this time. A few weeks ago at the Jackson Hole meeting, they talked about the need for a new playbook. And I believe that such need has been raised in the same context. Now, Korea also, throughout these multi-crises, has gone through similar experience, and we continue to mull over the right policy mix. Now, on this occasion, I would like to share with you some of Korea's experiences. Now, first, the inflationary pressure coming from the international oil prices as well as the commodity prices. Now, we have tried to stem the spillover into Korea through both the macroeconomic and microeconomic responses. Instead of transferring the rise in the energy and commodity prices to Korean consumers, it was the public sector that tried to actively absorb the effect of the rise in the prices by minimizing public tariff and implementing fuel tax cuts. As a result, despite the fact that Korea has to import 95% of its energy, we were able to defend the CPI rate at 6%, and since then, we were able to lower inflation to around 3%. And I believe that it was thanks to such macroeconomic as well as the microeconomic measures that were able to reduce the impact on the domestic economy. Another experience is where we have seen small events in one part of the financial market spreading to the overall market in an unprecedented speed. Last October, the action by a local government to suspend payment on its guaranteed ABCP has led to a credit crunch in the entire capital market within a few days, including the CP and the corporate bonds. Now, in this process, we committed to over 50 trillion won in liquidity supply and also commitment by local governments to live up to their guarantees. And as a result, we were able to rapidly tide over the crisis. And also, through this occasion, we started what we call the Finance 4 meeting with attendance by the heads of the MoEF, the BOK, and the financial supervisor authorities every week. And also, we were able to witness from the US AVB bank crisis that now, in today's environment, incidents in the financial market tend to spread much more rapidly than expected by market participants. And it also means that we need to move fast in order to preempt the consequences. I do hope that Korea's experience can provide some important lessons to the experts gathered here from home and abroad in responding to the events in the international financial crisis. Now, ladies and gentlemen, whenever there has been a crisis in the global economy, the G20 has shown watertight international coordination, and at a time like this, G20's role has become even more important than ever. And I do hope that through the conference today, we will be able to come up with a new playbook that is right for today's environment. Now, as the co-chair of the G20 International Financial Architects Working Group, Korea will continue to work together with all the other members to create an international financial architecture that is sound and healthy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice Minister Kim Byung-hwan, for delivering the opening remarks, and also thank you for your attendance. For the second opening address, President Jo Dong-chul of Korea Development Institute will take the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
안녕하십니까.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Cho Dong-cheol, President of KDI. I would like to extend my warmest welcome to all the distinguished guests from home and abroad who are here today for the G20 Global Financial Stability Conference. Particularly, I would like to thank Vice Minister Kim Byung-hwan of Economy and Finance of the ROK for helping us put together this conference despite the busy schedule. And I would also like to thank Jean-Claude Trichet, Honorary Governor of the Bank of France, who will serve as our keynote speaker for today, as well as all the moderators, speakers, and panelists. Recently, we have seen how the global economy has become very complex. We are in a very challenging climate. Globally, we are witnessing frequent extreme weather events, supply chain disruptions brought by the pandemic, geopolitical risks, and deglobalization, which have together contracted international trade and are serving as major risk factors to economic security. Due to the spread of digital finance, the potential risk of herd behavior instantly undermining global financial security is growing bigger than ever before. This underscores the need for broader international cooperation, and in this process, we are facing new challenges such as having to define a new role for international finance and maintaining stability. For some of these challenges, we can explore solutions based on the accumulated knowledge and experience from overcoming past crises, but some of the challenges are unprecedented in nature. And to respond to them, we must pull together the wisdom of crowds involving policymakers, the academia, industry, and other financial experts. It is with this backdrop that we have planned this year's G20 Global Financial Stability Conference. I hope that the discussions of the experts from various countries participating in today's conference can contribute to responding to these difficult changes in our current environment. And I would like to thank the many members from policy authorities, international organizations, as well as academia who have taken time out of their very busy schedules to be with us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opening address and also opening up this conference. As he said, we hope this conference will contribute to the global financial stability. Thank you very much. Next, we'll have a keynote speech. The keynote speech will be delivered by Jean-Claude Trichet, the Honorary Governor of Bank of France and former President of European Central Bank. And Honorary Governor Trichet will give us the keynote speech on the topic of the why is inflation back? Reflection on other global economic and financial risk. He has come a long way from France to Korea. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming him with a big round of applause.
Mr. First Vice Minister of Ministry of Finance of Korea, Mr. President of Korea Development Institute, it's a great pleasure for me to have been invited to this conference by both Ministry of Economy and Finance and the KDI. I have to say that I am all the more pleased to be here because I also see many friends here in the audience and about to speak, particularly Marc Usan and Gian-Maria Milesi Ferretti, that I have known very well in the past, and I know that Jason Furman will be with us through video conferencing. So I feel very much at home here, and I would like to reflect with you on along the line which was suggested by both previous speakers on what is happening now and how we can interpret what happens today and how to cope with the many challenges that we have today at the global level. I have to say that we all experience many shocks, as was already said, in the global economy during the last years. I refer to the drama of the great financial crisis in 2007, 2008, and following immediately a period of great moderation demonstrating that from time to time the international community was making big mistakes because nobody had foreseen that we would have such an extraordinary shock, the worst financial crisis since World War II, at a time where we thought that the great moderation was meaning that we had more or less solved all problems. And I have to say that, again, we, in the most recent period of time, were quite surprised to see inflation coming back with a vengeance at a moment where we thought that the main problem was very low inflation or even the danger of the materialization of the deflationary risk, and nobody was foreseeing that we could have a surge, a new surge of inflation. So all this drives me to ask three questions, and I would like to try to answer those questions with you, knowing that, of course, these all questions are asking for very complex response, very multi-dimensional response, and I will, of course, go fast through all these various causes, various explanations. First question would be, how is it that we have observed after the great crisis a period of 10 years or more between the great financial crisis and the COVID crisis with very low inflation and all central banks and governments concentrating on the main danger, namely materialization of deflation. Second question, what happened at the middle of year 2021 in the advanced countries and in the rest of the world, which could explain that inflation was back with a vengeance, as I already said? That is the second question. And the third question would be, can we trust today that we took the appropriate, I would say, measures, in particular at the level of central banks, that will permit us to go back to price stability? After having tried to respond to these three questions, I will then address the question, if I have time, on the additional risks that I see medium term and long term in the international community today. So let me start with the first question. What happened exactly that can explain why we had so many period? I don't see, I'm sorry, I didn't see myself, my own slides. I think they are there. So I see, to respond to this first question, normally it is slide 1, I see barely where we are there. I don't know, it's not my first one. Let me go back. Yeah, here I am. So how to explain the very low inflation? Sorry for the slides. I see 5 reasons. I don't pretend to be exhaustive. There are other reasons. These events at the level of each economy, at the level of the global economy, are very complex. And so it's clear that I am oversimplifying in noting those 3 causes. First cause, after the great financial crisis, post-Lehman Brothers, we have scars of the crisis that pushed real growth down and foster a negative output gaps in many economies, particularly in the advanced economy that were at the heart of the great financial crisis. And that explains why we had a push to inflation down. It is very usual after a great crisis to have those scars, and it is understandable that we had these negative output gaps. Second cause, the acceleration of globalization was extremely important after the GFC. When I am in Korea, the Koreans know what it means, the acceleration of globalization and the formidable drive in the global economy towards lower production costs due to optimized global value chain in which Korea is such an active participant. Third cause, the additional weakening of the bargaining power of labor in many economies, emerging as well as advanced, pushing down unit labor cost. This is important. We will see that. All causes that I'm mentioning to explain very low inflation are now, most of them, explaining the higher inflation drive that we see now. But this was important, particularly visible in the United States of America, but also visible in many economies and many countries in the world. Fourth reason, the famous global savings glut, pushing simultaneously down global inflation and real interest rates. This has been very well documented by economists the world over. My colleague Ben Bernanke was particularly eloquent in explaining the very low real interest rates that we were observing because of this global savings glut. And of course, it goes without saying that having at the level of the global economy a demand that was low because the investment was much lower than what savings could have permitted, explain also largely why we had both simultaneously low inflation at a global level and at the level of each particular economy, and real interest rate extremely low too. Of course, last but not least, the COVID crisis at the end of this period amplified formidably the trend towards very low inflation, and with the permanent threat of synchronized shrinking of all economies the world over, that, of course, amplifying formidably the fear by all central banks in the world and by governments also that the famous deflation that was threatening all over the previous period of 10 years could really materialize in the occasion of this COVID crisis. So we see a lot of reasons that were, I would say, converging towards this period that very wrongly some economists and many decision makers, many institutions thought was to last for very long. And the idea that inflation could be a threat again, as it was in the past, previous the great financial crisis, was something which was very difficult to swallow by, again, many observers, many economists, and many actors. And it is interesting to see that this explains why the immediate reaction to the surge of inflation, which appeared at the moment of the recovery, post-COVID recovery, that surge of inflation was interpreted not as a structural element, something that could last for longer, but as a highly transitory phenomenon. And I could quote many, I would say, economists, many responsible authorities, and also many central bankers saying this is transitory. Don't bother too much, because the same reasons that explain very low inflation in the past are still there and will be still there in the time to come. So let's concentrate now on why is inflation back since mid-2021. So I told you that I had a lot of causes, a lot of possible reasons why we were observing at a global level and in each of the economies that are making up the global economy, why we were observing this phenomenon. I see 8 causes to explain that situation. Some of the causes are conjunctural, others are secular and structural, and they all, in my opinion, explain this very complex situation, unexpected, totally unexpected, frankly speaking, by many. I do not say by all, but by many. So, why was it back? First reason, the post-COVID recovery triggered a sharp acceleration of the demand side, whilst the scars of the crisis, I already mentioned, were still deeply weakening the supply side. So this is something which is absolutely normal. You had imbalance, highly imbalanced collision between demand and supply, triggered by the fact that all the constraints of the COVID were rapidly and very rapidly, I have to say, at the global level as well as at the level of many economies, including emerging and advanced economy. So this is absolutely normal. It's textbook inflation. We have an imbalance. This imbalance is corrected by higher prices. A second cause, which is also very important, already mentioned, governments, private sector, and central banks were generally late in assessing the gravity of the inflationary threat, and that was particularly the case in advanced economy, which were communicating since, I would say, the start of this surge of inflation, a little bit before mid-2021 in the US, a little bit after mid-2021 in Europe, to quote two big advanced economies, with the sentiment that this was only transitory, as I said, when the recognition that it was not transitory but probably lasting for longer was recognized, say, at the end of 2021, so after several months, and the first increase of interest rates took place long after again. So it's obvious that there is a late recognition of the situation. Now, third cause, of course, the legacy of many years of very accommodating fiscal policies in all countries of the world, which had the possibility of being as accommodating as possible. So I think it was the case for all, taking into account the danger of the deflationary risk as perceived. And it's not a criticism. I think there was indeed a risk of deflation, which would have been totally catastrophic. And I think that the authorities in general were right, and the economists in general were right to think that this has to be avoided. So it's not a criticism, but it's clear that the accumulation of very accommodating fiscal policies over, say, a little bit more than 10 years, and of course, formidably amplified at the moment of the COVID. Because again, if, as I already said, at the moment of the COVID, the danger of a synchronized shrinking of all economy of the world was much higher than in the 10 years period before the COVID crisis. And of course, fourth reasons, the legacy of equally very accommodating monetary policies during the same period. And that is something which I take as very, very important, of course, for all the reasons I have explained. Central banks were really concentrating on avoiding the deflationary risk, pushing interest rates back down to zero, or even negative in Japan, in Europe, and pushing also non-conventional measures, taking into account the fact that the interest rates were at zero and that they felt that the necessity to continue to be as accommodative as possible was really of the essence. So this, of course, contributed to a formidable increase in base money in practically all economies. Again, as I said, for the fiscal policies, all economies that had the mean and the capacity and the room for maneuvering to embark on such very accommodating policies. I trust that point 3 and point 4 in this course are not negligible, but they are certainly not the only. And I see some economists now telling it is because you were much too accommodating in the past that we have such a problems. I think it is part of the problem, certainly not the overall explanation. And again, I'm not criticizing myself what has been done in the past to avoid the materialization of the risk of deflation. 5, 6, and 7 causes are very important in my eyes because they are clearly of a secular structural nature. They go along several cycles and not only for a short period of time or in a medium-term perspective. I don't pretend that I'm sure that I am right in making that judgment, and I would say all past events are calling for some humility on the part of economists in general, and also previous and former central banker in particular. But clearly, point 5 is extremely important. It is the idea that in the time of the COVID, post-COVID, and for many, many reasons, there has been a structural inflection point as regards globalization. The trend towards more and more long global value chain, optimizing the production at the level of the global village, if I may, and permitting to attain optimized prices because you would pick up all components in the best fashion possible to gain in terms of cost and therefore in terms of prices. This is on its way to change. I don't say that deglobalization is of the essence now, and I think that in Korea, everybody knows that it's much more complex than that, and I don't think that Korea experience now a totally different universe. But at the global level, all the indicators I have are clearly signaling that the trend toward more and more globalization, with all the good, quote-unquote, consequences in terms of cost and prices, are now, I would say, replaced by either slow globalization or absence of further globalization for many reasons. One reason being the experience of the COVID in the domain, the particular domain of medicine and drugs, and I see that very, very much in Europe and in the rest of the world, in the US. I think all countries are feeling that they have to be as independent in this domain. And also the tensions that we have on a geostrategic basis, the difficulty that we are observing in Europe, in the Middle East, and certainly in Asia too, are calling for the countries to reflect much more in terms of protecting themselves, hedging themselves, vis-à-vis possibility of components being lost in the global value chain. And that is particularly true, I have to say, in the high-tech domain, certainly the military domain, and so forth. I can interpret the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States as illustrating an emblematic illustration of this idea that we must less depend on the rest of the world. So this is something which I take it as largely structural, largely secular. Second secular inflection point, which is also of great importance, is the political perception of inequalities and unfairness as regards labor, and particularly low-skilled worker. It seems to me that it is a phenomenon that we can observe in all economies of the world, in all countries of the world. You see that in the rhetoric of many global and national speakers. You see that in the work which is being done by economists. you see that clearly when you interpret as an emblematic illustration of what's happening in this domain, the sequence Donald Trump, Joe Biden, where you clearly see the Republican constituency and political party coming into power with a strong support of the blue collars, which was totally new, of course, totally new in the history of the Republican Party, and probably illustrating the uneasiness of a large part of the workers in the United States of America, the lower skilled worker, considering that they were not treated fairly. When you see a problem which was an economic problem mentioned by economists, but when you see it emerging at a political level with this strength and with this demonstration, Donald Trump indeed was elected, indeed largely by the blue collars of the US constituency. And what happened in the US is true in many other countries in the world again. And it seems to me both, I would say, advanced economy and emerging economies or other economies in the world. Whether or not this is secular, this will create a new element in the longer term perspective is a matter of judgment, of course. My sentiment is that indeed it is likely to be quite sustainable in the medium and long run for a lot of reasons, including the fact that it comes now, it emerges at the political level in our countries. And of course, it succeeds a period which obviously was a period where you had a very, very low augmentation of unit labor cost, a very flat unit labor cost, which were, of course, very, very important to materialize this very low inflation I spoke in the past. And now the green transition is my third, I would say, secular remark. We have there also an inflection point. It is only in the most recent period that it was recognized that the green transition was absolutely necessary at a global level, that all countries of the world, all humankind were participating or living in a spaceship which is called Earth, planet Earth, a single spaceship which was in danger and calling for a very bold transition. But it's clear, in my opinion, that this green transition, which is very often presented as, and that is absolutely true, absolutely necessary on the one hand, but also overall very good for the economy even on a medium-term basis because of the creation of new jobs associated with the transition, because of all the kind of new activities that would be driven by the green transition. My take is that it is more complicated than that. An immense level of new investment are called by the green transition. The famous savings glut I already mentioned is likely to disappear progressively because of the surge of investment, the surge of investment of the green transition, the surge of investment replacing obsolete stock of investment that has to be replaced. And all that, of course, is something which has a cost, has certainly a cost in terms of balance, as I already said, between savings and investment at a global level, a cost in terms of real interest rates, and a cost in terms of inflation. And of course, I have to mention also there as an emblematic illustration of the particularly difficult time when we are where we are at a global level, the war in Europe, which at least for the European, but also for Asia, dramatically increased the price of energy and food, particularly in the European countries, but as I said, in many, many other economies, the US being more protected because of this position of an economy which is very much self-sufficient in energy and also self-sufficient in food. But these are, I would say, elements that I hope very much are conjunctural. I don't make the assumption that the war in Ukraine will last for eternity or in a secular basis. Still, of course, it is a very, very important and very dangerous, I would say, element in the overall picture, and it's not the only one. As we all know, and I already mentioned that, we have a number of regions in the world where you also have enormous amount of tensions, not only, again, in Europe, but also in the Middle East, also in Asia, and Korea knows that better than any other country. So all this makes the situation, again, in my opinion, very serious, not only in terms of, I would say, short, medium term, but also in a medium, longer term basis. Now, you will tell me, so your projection is that inflation would be there forever and that we will never go back to price stability. And my response is no, this would be a misunderstanding. I am only saying that we are in a different universe from the universe we knew after the great financial crisis. We have undoubtedly pressure up for inflation, and I listed the various causes and elements that can explain that the pressure is up. But I take it, I trust, for a number of reasons, that our economies, our central banks, our governments, because they have also a part to play, and the private sector, will do what is necessary to permit us to go back to price stability. So you will tell me maybe I'm too optimistic. I already said that we all have to be humble. We are not the master of the future, and we might be wrong, but I will express my strong feeling, my strong sentiment. I see three main reasons, and I turn now to the next slide. Is it there? I think so. Yeah. So why I remain reasonably optimistic? First of all, I have to say that if I take the central bank only as an example, because the central bank of the emerging world were not making the same mistakes as the central banks of the advanced economy, namely neglecting to be as soon as possible in countering inflation. So there is a difference there between the various economies of the world. But after having recognized that inflation was not transitory, I take it that the central banks of the advanced economy demonstrated that they were serious about it. And I will only mention the fact that the Federal Reserve augmented interest rates. I think we are experiencing the meditation right now of the Federal Reserve, if I'm not misled. But until the decision that is taking place right now, the Federal Reserve augmented interest rates by 11 times and augmented interest rates by 5.25 points. That was never observed in the past. So if we want a demonstration that central banks are not, practicing benign neglect in the present situation, it seems to me that we have it there. The European Central Bank has augmented 10 times its own interest rates with 4.5% of augmentation, which put the, I would say, level of the deposit rate at 4%, because you might remember they started from minus 0.5%. But all that taken into account, this is really the first reason why I take it that to the extent that some were thinking the central banks of the advanced economy in particular on both sides of the Atlantic will be practicing benign neglect. They do not realize to which extent it is necessary to act. They will be in a situation where they will not be able to act because they have too many links with the governments. They help the government considerably with their non-standard measures, and so we are sure that their hands are tied. They will not act. I think this was clearly a mistake to trust that, and I really think that they are demonstrating that, even taking into account the fact that, again, governments were used to 0% or very low interest rates, and of course are not happy at all that interest rates are rising. A second reason, which is also very important, is that they all confirmed. When I say all, I mean the central banks that are in the basket of the special drawing rights confirmed very, very clearly that their goal, their definition of price stability was around 2% in the medium term. It was not obvious that they would all reaffirm that, I would say, determination to get back around 2% in the medium term. After all, 2% in the medium term was the definition of price stability of a number of central banks. The first very big central banks saying we must define our price stability around 2%, less than 2, but close to 2, you might remember, it was the ECB in 2003. The UK joined the 2% at a time where they were expecting to join the euro area, but it is still 2% in the definition of price stability in the UK. Japan and the US joined, the US, if I'm not misled, in 2012, and Japan in 2013. So the four big central banks that are issuing the four currencies that are in the basket of the SDR have the same definition of price stability, around 2% in the medium term. Not many speakers are telling you that this is perhaps the most important structural change in the international monetary system that happened since the explosion of the Bretton Woods system. The fact, again, that the, I would say, prefiguration of perhaps tomorrow the global currency, the basket of the SDR, comprehends, which was not the case at all before the last big financial crisis, comprehends central banks that have the same definition of price stability. It's not the product of a negotiation. It's not the product of, I would say, long-standing discussion with a final agreement. It is a convergence which happened independently in the central bank concerned. Now, of course, you know that the renminbi is also part, the fifth currency that is part of the basket of the SDR. And you know that presently the inflation in China is very low itself, so there is no contradiction with this idea that 2% is a good definition of price stability in the medium run. Now, a third point which I have to say is also reassuring in my perspective is that despite the fact that all the 8 causes that I had mentioned before are there, undoubtedly, we clearly have no destabilization of the medium-term inflation expectations. When I look at all countries, I don't see such a destabilization. Doesn't mean that they are all in 2025 at the level of 2% or around 2%, but clearly we do not observe at all what would have been observed in the past. If I refer to, for instance, to the previous, I would say, big oil shock in the past. There we had clearly an enormous problem of destabilization, de-anchoring of inflation expectations. So again, as you see, as boldly as possible, candidly as possible, I take it that it is not absurd for the private sector and for all the, I would say, observers and economists to say, well, all take, at least the majority of them, to say, all taken into account, we will be in a totally different universe, indeed, from now on, but it is not excluded at all that we will deliver price stability. That, again, makes me perhaps a little bit too, I would say, bold or too brave, but I wanted to communicate that sentiment. All that being said, I had said in advance that I could address also the question of the global risk that we have to address. And I have some slides on that. I will only to demonstrate, to prove that I had those slides, but my time is elapsing. I had a red flag over there, which is waving with a vengeance also. So you see that in the slides I will let, of course, to the conference, I will have elaborated on these risks that I take it are very important. I am, again, not particularly, I would say, tranquille as regards the dangers that we have, and I'm speaking in front of a minister who will have to cope with the materialization of these risks and danger, and I take it that urgent action is necessary, including taking into account the work which is being done by, I would say, the G20 itself, the various, I would say, working group, working party like this one, which are working for the global community and have still a lot of very hard work to do in many domains. Of course, particularly, I have to say, in the domain of protecting the global economy and each particular national economy against the consequences of the materializations of some of these risks. So that being said, and sorry not to have the time to elaborate on this last part of my exposition, I have to thank you very, very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. There was a keynote speech delivered by Honorary Governor Jean-Claude Trichet. We highly appreciate for traveling long distances to be here with us. Thank you very much. And as we are Thank you, everyone, for joining us both online and offline. Now we'll proceed with the first session, and it will be conducted under the theme of Challenges of the Global Economy and International Financial Market in Turbulence. Mark Wuzan, the founder and director of the Reinvention Bretton Woods Committee, will be in charge of moderating this session. Mr. Mark Wuzan, we kindly request your guidance in leading this session. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for your kind introduction, and welcome everyone to this G20 Global Financial Stability Conference. Let me at the outset thank the organizers, the Ministry of Finance, KDI, for inviting us here to this meeting. I think it comes at a good time, just after the G20 summit that took place 2 weeks ago in New Delhi, and next month forthcoming IMF World Bank meeting. I think our first panel and our keynote speaker, President Trichet, and our other panelists set the stage about what we are going to discuss in this first session entitled Challenges of the Global Economy and the International Financial Market in Turbulence. Indeed, the past 3 years have brought change to the global economy. The pandemic has left long-lasting scars. Geopolitical tension have led to the rewiring of supply chain, and the climate transition is driving big shift in global energy markets also. And for decades, globalization has supported flexibility in supply with free-flowing goods, workers, and capital. But today we have many frictions in the global economy. President Trichet mentioned deglobalization. Is it a reality? Is it concrete? And we're going to try to look at short-term economic outlook, but also maybe measure change about how the global economy will operate for the next decade. And in order to do that, we have an excellent panel, and I thank all of them for being with us today. And one of them will be joining us online through a video. And let me introduce quickly them and give you the rule of the game for this afternoon session. We will start with a video that will be presented by Professor Jason Furman, who is a professor at Harvard Kennedy School at Harvard University, who will be looking at what President Trichet talked about, the revival of inflation and the way to try to make sure that was only a transition phenomenon. Number 2 will be Caroline Fisher. She's now the lead economist and research manager for sustainability and infrastructure at the World Bank, who will be looking more at the long-term change in the global economy, particularly how to achieve net zero economy, and clearly the global climate challenge. Last but not least, we will have Professor Gian Maria Mielesi Ferretti. Gian was before the IMF. He's a long, well-known figure in international finance. He's now the senior fellow at the Brookings Institutions and will clearly showcase what international fragmentation is all about. And we will have, of course, 3 discussions. Dr. Mua Roy is the advisor of the Reserve Bank of India. Dr. Mua was a key player for this year's G20 meeting in India and the key priority for the International Financial Architecture Working Group. He will be followed by the other panelists, Mr. Lee Seong-wook, professor and fellow at the Korean Development Institute, and last but not least, Professor Lee Wong-wee, sorry for my pronunciation, who is a professor at Azure Universities. All the CV and background about their profile are on the booklet. Without delay, we will start for 15-20 minutes with Professor Jason Furman, who will showcase now the video about his presentation, and Dr. Mua Roy will be the discussions. So if I can ask maybe the organizer for providing the video of Professor Furman. Thank you very much.
Wonderful to be with all of you at the G20 Global Financial Stability Conference. I wish I could be in Seoul in person, and I really hope that you invite me back in person next year, because I would love to try to come. I want to talk about the post-pandemic transition for monetary policy and debt. My comments are going to be more about the advanced economies and especially about the United States, but many of the issues are globally relevant. I want to start by talking about the global economic outlook, where we are right now, and then talk about what's changed and what hasn't changed as a result of the experience we've all gone through with COVID and the policy response to COVID. So broadly speaking, I see the global economic outlook as 3 types of economies right now. You have economies like the United States, where the growth rate is high. In the 3rd quarter of this year, most estimates are 3% or higher for the growth rate and annualized rate, but inflation is still high. Then there's Europe, which has struggled much more with its economic growth, even while it has also had high, in fact, even higher inflation than the United States. China was low growth and low inflation combination, a rare one in the world right now. And there's probably no economy that really meets the definition of low inflation and high growth, but maybe a year ago, Korea would have been in that quadrant. So looking at the United States, what has the source of the growth been? There was an enormous monetary tightening, and yet the economy continued to grow. The reason the economy continued to grow is that American consumers have been spending at an extraordinary rate that continued to increase as recently as July of this year. And what makes that consumption so surprising is it's happened even though real disposable income per capita fell quite a lot and remains well below where you might have expected it to be. This juxtaposition of strong consumer spending and low income is a reason to worry about the future. Fiscal transfers help support high levels of consumption above and beyond what was justified by income per capita. And those transfers are now 2 years behind us. You see households increasingly getting into debt, facing financial distress. And so a question is, how long can the American consumer continue to go? At the same time, inflation remains above the Fed's target, but it has improved substantially over recent months. The 3-month annualized rate of core PCE inflation, which excludes food and energy, has fallen from above 5% to below 3%. The big question is, does that continue to go down, or is it just the result of 2 very good months of data, and were those months unusual? Perhaps the biggest reason to worry that we're just seeing a temporary lull in inflation is the labor market. The labor market, private wage and salary growth remains quite high. In fact, it remains at a rate that's more consistent with 4% inflation than the 3% we've seen in recent months, or the 2% that the Fed is targeting. Other reasons to be concerned is that some of the good inflation news has been transitory. Falling prices for used cars, falling prices for gasoline, those aren't going to last forever. And in fact, some of them are likely to be reversed as soon as we get the August data. If you look at Europe, there are some reasons to be even more worried. Not only is the inflation rate higher than the United States, but a year ago, Europe could blame inflation on supply shocks and argue that when supply got back together, that the inflation would go away. But now inflation is very much embedded in wage growth. And in both the United Kingdom and Germany, you have nominal wage growth that exceeds the United States. And the process of inflation is one where wage growth leads to price growth leads to wage growth leads to price growth, all of which leads maybe not to an upward spiral, but to some meaningful degree of persistence. At the same time that Europe has had this high inflation, you've had extremely weak growth in Germany, where the economy contracted for a period of time and is now, the growth is anemic, and weak growth in many other areas of the Eurozone. Meanwhile, to look at the third part of the quadrant, China is the one that has the easiest problem to solve. If you're Europe, it's very hard to figure out what to do if you have low growth and high inflation. China, on the other hand, has low growth and low inflation. While it couldn't stimulate the property and infrastructure sectors that it has relied on so much for growth in the past, it really does have an opportunity for some consumer-oriented stimulus, maybe paid for by expanding taxes on higher income or higher wealth households. So far, though, China has shown very little interest in trying to manage its short-run growth. It's more focused on deleveraging the property sector than hitting its growth target. All of this is where we are right now. It's an uncertain place. The United States is edging closer to a soft landing, but I think it's very far from guaranteed. There's still a lot of inflationary forces out there. Europe, a soft landing seems even more elusive, and China is in a very different place. At some point, these economies will get through the current cyclical moment. And the question is, when they emerge on the other side, what will be different and what won't be different? These are some structural changes, and this is very speculative. It's trying to ask over the next 5, 10, 15 years, what will be different as a result of what we've gone through? What will be the same? Let me start with the same. In the United States, there was a lot of speculation that there would be permanent changes to the labor market. It seemed as if older workers had retired earlier, that women were working less, that maybe there was an epidemic of quiet quitting where people didn't want to work anymore. The data has refuted every one of those hypotheses, and the number of jobs is above what was forecast. And if you look, labor force participation rates are roughly on track for every age group and both genders with what you would have thought if there hadn't been COVID. There surely will be changes in labor markets, the most important being a shift to work from home, although I think we may be seeing peak work from home right now and some retrenchment as the economy consolidates. The second thing that could change is inflation. The Fed has targeted 2% inflation. There is a debate right now as to whether that target should change. I'm one of the people who thinks shifting to a range of 2 to 3% would be a good idea. I think it would be fair to say the Fed has showed absolutely no openness to this, and there's a lot of skepticism out there. But I do think at the end of this, is the Fed going to be content with inflation stabilizing at 3%? Is it going to want to cause a recession to go the last mile? And central banks around the world will face similar choices. I think instead of a world where inflation is 2% minus in the advanced economies, which we had in the decades leading up to COVID, we might be in a world where inflation settles in at 2% plus for the medium and possibly longer term. There's one thing that already has changed, and here the most extreme changes are in the United States. The United States is running a primary deficit, that's the deficit excluding interest, of 6% of GDP this year. If you exclude student loan forgiveness, it would be 4% of GDP. That is particularly shocking given that the unemployment rate is 3.5%. In a strong economy, normally you would expect to see a primary surplus, or at least primary balance. Such a large primary deficit raises the question that as debt gets refinanced at higher interest rates, what happens to the overall deficit? And if and when the economy goes into recession, what happens with the primary deficit going up? And that's not even talking about additional desires for tax cuts, defense spending, and the like. As a result, the debt jumped up. It went down a tiny bit because of inflation, inflated away. This is relative to GDP, but now it's set to go back up again. And this is very different from the World War II experience. In World War II, when the war was over, debt came down as a share of GDP. In this case, now that the COVID war and the financial crisis war is over, debt is supposed to go up as a share of GDP. And I should say this is the Congressional Budget Office forecast. I view this as very optimistic in terms of not assuming some of the interest rate increases that we've already seen, some of the spending and tax changes that are likely to happen, and the extra amount added. It's already been added to debt this year. The corollary of this changed fiscal position is I think we should be prepared for interest rates to stay higher. Real interest rates fell across all of the advanced economies in the decades prior to COVID. They were zero even before COVID hit, but now they've risen to about 2%. I don't know if they'll rise a little bit more from there, or if some of the elevation is temporary to fight inflation, but whatever it is, to expect interest rates, real interest rates, to settle down somewhere between the 3% they were prior to the financial crisis and the 0% they were prior to COVID seems like a reasonable bet, something more like 1.5 to 2% real rates. So that's maybe a percentage point higher than what one could have reasonably thought before COVID. That percentage point higher is not that mysterious. If debt has risen by 30 percentage points of GDP, that tends to push up interest rates by between 2 and 5 basis points per percentage point of debt. So it adds about 60 to 150 basis points to the real interest rate. Finally, the most important change is the one that I'm least certain about, which is what's going to happen to productivity. In the United States and the Euro area, productivity is below trend right now. It's even weaker than it was prior to the pandemic, and it was somewhat weak prior to the pandemic. It's very, very soon. Some wild cards here are what happens to work from home. Does that slowly erode productivity over time? Do people figure out how to manage work from home? And then, of course, there's some big upside possibility from generative AI. It's very hard at the current moment to glimpse this. I think on balance, the data of the last few years has moved me in a slightly pessimistic direction, at least not wanting to count on productivity going above where it was prior to the pandemic, which itself was already a somewhat disappointing new normal. But there's huge uncertainty about that. I'll conclude by saying that there's a lot of difficulties still left in the cyclical management of the economy. Things are looking better than I expected a year ago, but the still challenges remain. When we get through that, though, even if monetary policy normalizes, there'll still be a huge overhang of debt, of borrowing, that will continue to affect interest rates and have a long-lasting impact on the economy to come. Thank you so much for letting me join you and make these comments virtually.
Great. So now we ask Dr. Mua maybe for remarks for the President Dr. Furman presentation. Please.
Good afternoon to you all. I'm grateful to the Ministry of Economy and Finance and the Korean Development Institute for inviting me to speak here today. And I also thank the organizers for making my stay comfortable since I arrived yesterday. Now, moving to the paper, I thank Professor Furman for his focused coverage of the macroeconomic issues facing major advanced economies and China. His presentation reminded all of us about how monetary policies have gone from one extreme to the other within a short space of 2 years. Coming to what the presentation says, in sum, it brings together information on key macroeconomic indicators, raising some interesting hypotheses and some even more intriguing puzzles. The main facts highlighted are, while economic growth still remains anemic in Europe, the US economy is recovering well. Most major economies except China are facing high inflation. And even as core inflation is reducing, wage inflation remains fairly high in Europe and in the US. So the concern the speaker is raising is that headline and even core inflation may be reflecting a temporary lull at this present point rather than a more stable return to target. A year ago, Europe could blame supply shocks for inflation, but now that is not true. It is wage growth that is driving inflation. At the same time, economic growth is very low in Europe. The policy options are therefore very limited. According to the author, the structural factors underlying these macroeconomic conditions that the presentation highlights are, number one, US payroll employment in July 23 is just a little higher than the level forecast in January 2020. That is in the pre-COVID forecast, and now it's almost following the same path. That is, there has not been any significant change in labor markets. He also does not think that there will be any further changes in labor market with respect to remote working trends, which were emerging a certain while back. The author believes that the Fed's target should be changed to somewhere around 3%. 2% he thinks would require too much of sacrifice to attain. In contrast with historical experience, high primary deficit is being seen alongside low unemployment in the US. As debt gets refinanced at higher interest rates, what happens to the overall deficit? It's bound to rise. And if the economy goes into recession, what happens to the primary deficit? Even with a very vibrant and buoyant employment situation, if the primary deficit is what is at, then a recession will certainly worsen it. Debt is continuing to rise. The author feels that the CBO estimate in one of the graphs there is optimistic and would actually rise further. The author suggests that these metrics point to the fact that real interest rates are likely to stay high. Whether this elevation is temporary or not remains to be seen, but it's unlikely to be zero or negative. And the future of labor productivity growth remains very uncertain as of now. So there are some intriguing puzzles on the way, or conundrums. Rising wage inflation is coupled with lower than forecast real incomes, yet real consumption expenditure is higher than forecast and rising. There is declining labor productivity amidst rising nominal wage, low unemployment, and higher payroll employment than the pre-pandemic forecasts. So these are puzzling situations to witness, and some of my observations and areas of further inquiry based on these findings and conclusions of the author are as follows. While the questions and macroeconomic puzzles raised in the presentation are indeed very interesting, we would like to see a more detailed analysis underlying some of the conjectures on the future of labor market and inflation trend raised by the author. The general perception is that US labor markets are still tight. As suggested by the author, some of the inflation decline may well be transitory. The key policy question then is, will there be room for further monetary tightening if inflation rises further? While an anticipated recession in the US may be off the table for now, concerns about a China and Europe-led slowdown are on the rise. Moreover, central banks may need to keep interest rates higher for longer than currently priced in the markets, and which may slow economic momentum going ahead. There are a few questions also which need to be answered. These are the forces driving wage inflation important to be examined in the current context? For example, do the old price-wage relationships still hold? To what extent are post-pandemic changes in work structure, particularly vis-a-vis non-pecuniary benefits, such as telecommuting, flexibility in schedules, and greater autonomy, important in determining labor supply? These factors could have a bearing on the role of demand-side price management. As the author is pointing out some incongruence, particularly in the US, regarding inflation measured in terms of headline or core and wage inflation, it may be important to understand the role that monetary policy communication is playing out at this juncture. Given the strong and steady monetary tightening of recent times since last year, rising wage inflation raises questions regarding the de-anchoring of inflation expectations. If expectations are de-anchored, then it is really a major concern for the monetary authorities and one that is hard to come back from. Here, the author's hypothesis regarding the medium-term inflation setting at a level higher than the current 2% may be better examined in light of the inflation expectations data pertaining to the US. The inflation outlook shall surely depend on the evolving patterns of labor productivity. While inflation expectations could be a factor, wage inflation could also be due to an expectation of some future boost to labor productivity. While such a boost may be possible in some AI-dependent sectors, the overall labor productivity outlook has been bleak for some time. We have had several studies on this, and even pre-COVID, we have noticed that the productivity of labor has been declining, and therefore this merits a further and deeper dive into the situation. The sharp monetary policy tightening could likely reduce investment in innovation and hence lower productivity in the economy and push up the inflation in future. This is a very likely possibility. It has been discussed in the recent times, especially in one of the papers presented in Jackson Hole. These underlying layers of the labor market situation, may be an interesting area of future work. It also bears mentioning that at the moment, the global experience is extremely diverse. It is very difficult to extrapolate the perceptions and hypotheses regarding the US economy to even other advanced economies, let alone emerging markets. EMDs have a widely different structure in their labor markets, which comprise a vast informal sector and in many cases a younger demographic, and therefore the wage inflation paradigm cannot be explained using standard metrics and models. This is another area for exciting future research for sure. Finally, as in macro theory, this presentation highlights the importance of micro foundations. Disentangling some of the puzzles highlighted today surely lies in understanding heterogeneities better. Which demographic groups are driving these results? What kind of vacancy postings predominate? Is the labor force keeping pace with technology changes? Is there a change in organizational structure post-pandemic? These are some of the key facets that could help us understand seemingly counterintuitive macroeconomic numbers. Now, I would like to extend the discussion a bit beyond the original presentation. And this derives from the conference being held under the aegis of G20. I think it would be appropriate to say that the focus of this presentation on problems of persisting inflation, high debt, and low productivity are a global burden too, and these require speedy resolution. The global burden has retreated, the global debt burden has retreated for the second year in a row in 2022, even though it remains above its already high pre-pandemic level. For addressing public debt vulnerabilities, we need to build a credible domestic fiscal framework that could guide the process to balance spending needs and debt sustainability. While these could be done domestically, that is, the bootstrapping method, but global coordination under the G20 common framework is equally important and could aid the task, especially for low-income countries. Again, raising productivity is the key to reduce inflation because a productive workforce can produce more goods and services at a lower cost. One way to do so would be to invest more on capacity building in terms of investment and skill, which is difficult to achieve at a time of rising debt. Reducing debt burden will create fiscal space and allow new investments, helping foster prospective economic growth. To conclude, I would like to say that today, when policymakers across the world are grappling with intertwined challenges in ensuring post-pandemic recovery in the face of elevated inflation, financial market vulnerabilities, reduced policy headroom, and geopolitical tensions, global cooperation to lend a hand to troubled economies has become an absolute imperative. The key priorities of India's G20 presidency in 2023 have aimed at enhancing global cooperation to face such common threats. India's G20 presidency and the Delhi Declaration 10 days back has inter alia highlighted the agreed plan to strengthen multilateral development banks funding, the use of digital public infrastructure for furthering financial inclusion and productivity gains, and faster debt distress reduction plans for vulnerable countries. Members have also committed to timely and adequate mobilization of resources for climate finance, scaling up of finance for social sectors like health and education, and having global conversations on transition policies which are the need of the hour. With all that in place, let's hope for the best in the days ahead. And with that, I conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's now move to the second imperative here in our agenda, clearly the fight for climate change and also the need for incentive for climate finance. And we are pleased to have with us Caroline Fisher from the World Bank, who will make a presentation for 20 minutes. Caroline, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm very honored to be invited to speak at this workshop, especially as a humble environmental microeconomist to this crowd. But I guess my job is going to be to convince you of the importance of meeting the global climate challenge for the macro financial context and the role of financial incentives in doing that. First, a bit of a disclaimer. I'm a researcher at the World Bank, and all of these comments here are my own and own interpretations and don't hold my employers responsible. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to speak to you today about the climate policy landscape, and it's really a tale of gaps and opportunities. And so in gaps, we see gaps in ambition, we see large gaps in finance, and several policy and pricing gaps. But there are opportunities for both mitigation and adaptation to enhance growth, and also for better aligned pricing of emissions and energy to enhance public finance and crowd in private finance. So I think we all know, just certainly from the news lately and experience, and also research, that Extreme weather events are happening and growing more frequent and more costly, and we're really starting to observe the macroeconomic costs of climate change and climate events. And these range from risks to investments, damage to physical capital, disruptions to trade and supply chains, extreme events, natural disasters are costly in terms of lost hours worked and output, also heat. You can have diversion of resources to reconstruction and replacement after natural disasters. There are a lot of pressures on public debt. This is a very large concern for developing economies and certainly small countries, small island economies, and also migration pressures. Now, all the countries of the world have gotten together under the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, and following the Paris Agreement, we've all agreed to make nationally determined contributions towards mitigation and also adaptation and meeting these goals, the stated goals of certainly keeping temperature increase below 2 degrees C and intending to try to keep below 1.5 degrees Celsius. When we look at the actual nationally determined contributions, we're nowhere near where we need to be in order to meet these targets. And these is also already after some ratcheting of ambition. So we do need additional ambition and more rapid decarbonization. Now, finance has a lot to do with this, and we observe a large gap in the climate finance needed to achieve these objectives. The Climate Policy Institute has been tracking flows of climate finance for many years. I don't know if you can see the tiny print, but sort of up in the top there, we see very little actually going to adaptation, more towards mitigation. This is the scale. This is both domestic and international climate finance, so in the 650 billion US dollars annual average. But this is maybe 1/7 of the investments that we need to meet our goals by the end of this decade. There is an independent high-level expert group on climate finance that took a survey of the landscape of where we need to make these investments and what they might cost in order to transition to a low-carbon economy. This is the needs by 2030, and it's on the order of $2 to $3 trillion annually. Looking at what has been promised to developing countries, so in 2009 there was a commitment to climate finance to mobilize $100 billion per year for developing countries by 2020. We did not make that objective. We're still getting closer to meeting that objective, but now we realize that that objective fell way short of what is actually needed. Some recent analysis by the World Bank sort of looks at what additional investment needs do developing countries have in order to make their development goals, to develop in a way that's both resilient and low carbon. And this shows, as for lower income countries require much more investment, certainly as a share of GDP. And so this is going to require a lot larger mobilization of climate finance and a lot more concessional finance. Now, the good news is that the low carbon energy cost gap has been shrinking. And so now renewable energy has actually become cost competitive. This is just based on cost, ignoring subsidies and other policies. Although work is still needed on storage and system balancing, so ways of dealing with the intermittency of these sources. But there's a lot of promise here, and really just incredible progress has been made, especially with solar PV. Still, there's some worries. We can't rest on our laurels. We need to keep up the pressure with R&D, and there is a gap in terms of R&D and innovation. So this is from an OECD study showing low carbon public RD&D expenditures. This is across IEA, so primarily OECD countries. And we see, so like in the early days, there was a big buildup following the oil crises in the 70s, and we have not matched that level of ambition since. There was a bump up in 2010, but it's been fairly steady. And a concern is that, showing up in looking at low carbon patenting efforts, we actually see a decline recently, whereas we need to keep the pressure and accelerate it. And finally, I would be remiss to not mention the gap in terms of technology transfer. So we need more efforts to transfer these low carbon technologies to developing countries and give them the capacity to implement and innovate with them. Okay, now I'm going to talk a lot more about the pricing gap. So this, our colleagues at the IMF have been doing some work on getting energy prices right. Their latest is still not getting energy prices right. And so they've made a strong case that efficient pricing of energy includes not only the supply costs, but also the external costs of energy. And so this would include the social costs of climate change, air pollution, and also, importantly, for transport fuels, they include traffic congestion. And so you look at these sort of breakdowns around the world of pricing of coal, natural gas, and transportation fuels. So fossil fuel prices are well under what their efficient price would be. And this, pervasive underpricing of fossil fuels has ramifications for leveling the playing field for renewable energy and for mobilizing climate finance. The World Bank has been tracking carbon pricing for a long time. So these are policies like a carbon tax or emissions trading systems that put a market price on carbon dioxide emissions and allow firms to trade and find cost-effective ways of reducing emissions. And the good news is these policies to actually set a price reflecting this market externality of carbon emissions has been growing. Now these mechanisms cover almost a quarter of global emissions. However, there's a lot of dispersion in price levels and their coverage. So here the little gray is what we think of might be a reasonable carbon price corridor towards getting us to where we need to be, so $60 to $120 a ton CO2 equivalent. We see the vast majority of these carbon pricing systems still have prices much below. So exceptions are, of late, the EU ETS and some other Scandinavian other carbon taxes. The lighter colored bars, so I believe the red bars are taxes, the blue are ETSs. The lighter color means less coverage, darker means more coverage. So these are not economy-wide efficient carbon pricing systems. They're usually targeting specific sectors. And you see the last one, is Uruguay coming in just this last year with the highest carbon tax. Well, it's a little controversial because they renamed or replaced their pre-existing transport fuel, liquid fuel charge, excise tax, and renamed it a carbon tax. So this, it's really important to underline the interplay between energy taxes and energy pricing and carbon pricing, because if we just look at carbon pricing, we may not see the true net effect of what's going on in terms of better aligning fossil fuel prices with their costs. So we have a recent study, Angelucci et al., using data on both direct carbon prices and indirect carbon prices. So basically the sort of excise taxes net of subsidies. We're doing this with a price gap approach. I encourage you to check out the study if you're interested. So we can look at global trends in what we're calling total carbon pricing, aggregating this up and weighting it across the emissions that are covered, both over time and across country and country types. And so what we see here is that, so direct carbon pricing is the blue box line at the bottom, and it's still quite low. That's a combination of low prices and low coverage in most places. And so for right now, most of the carbon price signal that we're getting is actually coming from indirect carbon prices, so fuel excise taxes. We see that those tend to be higher in more developed economies, higher income countries, and also net fuel importing countries. Net fuel exporters still have significant subsidies to deal with, and these are just consumption subsidies. We also break this out by fuels and sectors, and so so part of the story is the vast majority of total carbon pricing is coming from indirect prices on transportation fuels. Those have the highest taxes, and when we look at things like coal in red and natural gas in purple, they're relatively low, although coal's ticking up. A lot of that is the direct carbon pricing programs. And then we also observe the increased subsidies to natural gas in recent years, certainly since the war in Ukraine. What this translates into by sectors is, so transportation sector has relatively high carbon pricing, and very important emitting sectors like the power sector, like industry, still face relatively low carbon prices. So if you think of the challenge of incentivizing decarbonization in these sectors, it's very hard because the prices are not reflecting the carbon costs. Just to make this point, this is sort of a study of the levelized cost of electricity. So the green stripe there is sort of the range of costs of utility scale solar, PV, onshore and offshore wind. And then we look at, what's the competitiveness of coal? What's the levelized cost of coal? That of course depends on the price of the coal inputs and goes up linearly with that, but also the cost of carbon imposed on the electricity sector. And so you see having a carbon price can make coal uncompetitive, and thus make renewables competitive. So it's very important for the playing field, the extent to which these fully loaded costs of coal are priced into the system. In the absence of this, then to make renewables competitive, you need to supplement with subsidies, and subsidies are costly. Some early work that I did, this is even taking into account the issues of knowledge and innovation spillovers, scale economies, these kinds of other external effects, learning by doing that you might have by supporting new technologies like renewable energy. If compared to emissions pricing, even in the presence of these sort of technology market failures, subsidizing renewables on their own without pricing emissions is more than twice as costly of just pricing emissions. Because when you're pricing emissions, you're taking advantage of all the levers that you have to reduce emissions. So not just encouraging renewable energy by making it more competitive, but also making lower intensity fossil fuels more competitive and high intensity fossil fuels like coal more expensive. So, that said, climate policy should be a mix. We want to address these other market failures, so our optimal policy mix is also support for R&D, R&D spillovers, for learning by doing, but we need at the core a greater reliance on carbon pricing. So this is some work by the OECD looking at how climate policy stringency has evolved across OECD countries and also the mix of policies. And so we see at the bottom are technology support policies in the light blue, and we see those have grown over time, but lately have been kind of steady. In the dark blue, we see market-based policies, so this would include carbon pricing, and we see some growth, but they're still the smaller category of policies, and then we see a lot of reliance on non-market-based policies, so these would be standards, performance standards, energy efficiency standards, and more. So this is a lot of regulation. And so we see in this pattern across OECD countries, it's not clear that this mix of policies is going to work for developing countries. These may not be, relying a lot on technology subsidies, may not be affordable, and relying a lot on regulations that require a lot of enforcement may be less feasible. Now, I want to point out, so we, at the World Bank, we've started doing country climate development reports for each of our client countries. We had the first wave last year, the second wave is coming out this fall. And one important take-home message from this is that the macroeconomic impacts of climate policies that meet the low-carbon transition would actually be low or even positive. So addressing these policies in addressing these challenges in a developing country context may actually be growth enhancing. And why is that? For one, we're looking at using broad-based, market-based mechanisms, so efficient pricing and these are cost-effective approaches, and they leverage financial incentives across the whole economy. So these are lower, least cost policies, and with some additional benefits. So one, removing fossil fuel subsidies and raising carbon prices raises revenue, so it can improve public finance and also macroeconomic efficiency. So these taxes or avoided subsidy costs, it's a more efficient way of raising revenues. You want to tax bads, not goods. So they're less distorting than labor taxes, capital taxes, especially in economies that have additional challenges like a lot of informality and other issues. So carbon prices interact less with these other pre-existing distortions in the economies and leads to a higher potential for actually achieving a double dividend with these kinds of taxes. The revenues are also there for redistribution, for enhancing the transition, for investing in infrastructure that can help make the total effect of these policy packages progressive. And finally, so including these carbon prices, it reduces the need for reliance on costly subsidies as a way to crowd in private finance to help meet the decarbonization, the low carbon transition. And then another point is that, by better aligning fossil fuel prices with their social costs, we do see things like improved air quality can actually enhance growth. This is by enhancing labor productivity, lowering healthcare costs. There are observable reductions in growth due to the extensive burden of air pollution, especially in many developing economies. I have a little bit of time. So I have some colleagues in the finance group who are also looking at the role of green finance. And they're finding, reinforcing that government commitments to address climate change can actually attract foreign banks with strong preferences for green assets. So getting more investments in the host country without really crowding out other investment by other kinds of banks. You see a little bit of diversion of brown global banks, so not green-focused banks, to other countries, but very little in terms of spillover. So there is a positive benefit to bringing in finance from making more stringent climate commitments. So let me just end with the opportunities. We see a strong role for finance ministries as well to play in supporting climate-friendly development. It shouldn't just be us environmental economists. We need all economists to help out here in designing comprehensive policies for the economy, because climate change, meeting climate change mitigation and adaptation goals is an economy-wide effort. Central banks can play a key role in supporting and facilitating green finance through regulation, through standard setting. We see a big need to scale up international climate finance to developing countries, including offering more concessional finance. But I just want to underline that domestic policies are needed to align the market incentives and attract private finance. You're not going to get private investors to come in and fund low carbon projects unless they make financial sense. And part of that can be, financial incentives from multilateral development banks, but a lot of that also has to be proper pricing of fossil energy, conventional energy sources. And then at the last, the business as usual is no longer business as usual. The world is changing. The old baselines are no more. And, we all have to be prepared for a world where there's a growing preference for low carbon goods and trade in low carbon goods. And then another area of opportunity then is to work towards lowering trade barriers to environmental goods and services. So maybe I will stop there, and thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Let's now move to our discussion. Professor Lee Seong-yup, please, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your kind introduction at the start of this session. And well, this event is organized by the Ministry of Economics and Finance and Korea Development Institute jointly. And I am from the Korea Development Institute, so I don't have to express my gratitude for inviting me here, but well, it's a really great honor for me to be here and share the new changes and challenges that the global financial market faces, and discuss the opinions of all. So I also like to thank Dr. Fisher. She introduced current gaps that have been increasingly filled in or still need to be filled in to properly respond to the challenges that the climate change has generated and will generate. She also emphasized that the role of climate finance or green finance, which we use interchangeably, and the importance of proper pricing of carbon emission. So if we go back to 2 decades ago, even to the economists, climate action was considered as a long-term intergenerational policy issues. So for macroeconomics, it was simply a beyond the horizon problem. But as there is a growing need for immediate changes or the actions, the urgency has turned this problem into a macroeconomic issue. In the literature, there has been growing evidence that social gains from reducing the emissions and moving towards the renewable energies outweigh the cost of climate financing. This is a promising news, but as Dr. Fisher mentioned, there is still a large gap, financial gap between the required amount of investment to meet the climate objectives and the amount of actual investment. The question is how to mobilize both public and private finance while keeping the balance of the other economic needs of each country. This question is important in the current environment where the capacity of public financing is steadily deteriorating and where the input and output of the public R&D investment is declining as shown by her presentation. So Dr. Fisher pointed out that financial incentives have to be used as a leverage to invite more private finance to be invested in the transition to a low carbon economy. And it is the most cost-efficient way through the financial market that most economists prefer. This implies that a well-designing carbon price is an indispensable part of a strategy for reducing emissions in an efficient way. Dr. Fisher showed multiple statistics showing that the current price of carbon does not properly reflect the externality it generates, and it must include the external cost related to climate changes. Let me think about it in more detail. So putting aside the long-term gain, the rise in the price of carbon is a negative supply shock in the short run. So there's a range of the proposed target for the price of the carbon, but even with the cheapest target, it is estimated that the supply shock will be more than 3% of the world GDP. This level of shock is at least the magnitude of the first oil shock, which was estimated to be 3.6% of world GDP. So, but the difference between the impact of the first oil shock and that of carbon pricing is that the negative impact of this climate action tends to be much higher for the emerging economies and moderate for the advanced economies. So the advanced economies are much better prepared for the transition, and the carbon pricing is already in place in most areas. The indigenous technological progress will also take place mostly around these countries. But emerging markets tend to have carbon-intensive industrial structure, and they'll be hurt more by premature obsolescence of installed capital. So I think that's the reason why Dr. Fisher mentioned the big need to scale up international climate finance to developing countries. So let's go back to the green transition by attracting more climate financing from the private sector. So the most important prerequisite for that is the credibility of climate policies. The private sector capital will see the profits from investing in climate projects only when there is an expectation of meaningful compliance with the climate change commitments at the global level. Insufficient credibility of climate policies make the private sector capital more hesitant and raises the cost of capital for green investment. This implies a higher cost of decarbonization, higher energy prices, and makes the transition bumpier, which will contribute to the instability of macroeconomy. So it is important to build and maintain the credibility of climate policies and regulations, and at the same time, we need to consistently incentivize inflows of the private sector climate capital by reducing the cost of investment through the increase in the public investment in infrastructure, R&D, and renewable energy technologies. This means that a sophisticated approach is required to move the global economy from a bad equilibrium to a good equilibrium. The other important building blocks for the promotion of the green finance is the information. First, there has been an international effort to make each firm's climate-related financial disclosures more consistent and comparable at the global level and useful in the decision-making process of the private investors. It also includes material information about each firm's exposure to climate-related risk and also opportunities. So firms are required to report the governance structure, strategy, and risk management of its business, as well as climate-related metrics and targets. And here, an important consideration is how to harmonize the global framework for the climate-related disclosures and national or regional jurisdictions as specific requirements. The next step is to establish macro data repositories that provide open access so that you can make climate data more available with better quality and specifically enhancing the cross-border comparability to help measure climate-related risk consistently and reliably across sectors and jurisdictions. So there's a large demand for macro level data, such as the FDI carbon footprints, climate finance, forward-looking indicators for the physical and transition risk. And central banks and regulatory authorities can use the data to monitor climate-related financial risk. And more importantly, market participants can rely on these data to develop the climate-related metrics for better allocation of financial resources. Another important area of consideration is the impact of climate change on the financial system, and specifically the stability of the system. Broadly speaking, the climate-related disruption of the stability of the financial system may stem from two sources. So the first source is the realized physical risk coming from the climate change, such as the climate disasters due to the increased frequency and intensity of the extreme weather and other climate-related events. The second source is subtler, as it may come from the implementation of the climate transition plan itself. Transition toward the low-carbon economy is now a global consensus, but a delayed or the disorderly climate transition could magnify the risk to the stability of the financial system. So for example, if there is an abrupt relocation of the financial resources to climate financing, it may make the market more volatile and can raise the risk premium of the various categories of the assets. So as a preventive measure, the financial authorities, whose core mandate is preserving financial stability, must capture the climate-related risk in the supervisory process. And for that purpose, central banks and regulators must build a framework to evaluate the financial system's exposure to physical and transition risk, and then incorporate this climate-related risk into financial stability assessment. Next, among the players in the financial system, it is required to build risk management practices to the risk posed by climate changes. For doing that, there has to be an international effort and cooperation to provide more information readily available to the market participants, as many of the episodes of the collapse of the financial market are due to the scarcity of information and the loss of confidence in the proper way of the risk evaluation. As I already discussed, the availability of information is also the prerequisite for the promotion of the climate financing. The data collection is particularly an issue in developing countries, but these countries are also those heavily dependent upon the international sources of finance. And as Dr. Fisher mentioned, requiring more investment as a share of GDP for the transition to a low-carbon economy. This implies that we need to special attention to the data collection issues for developing countries and needs to allocate more public funds to these countries, as private source financing will not be sufficient for these countries. Finally, Dr. Fisher also mentioned at the end of her presentation that it is important to think about the supporting role by central banks to facilitate climate finance. In fact, the monetary policy is very closely related to climate transition. I'll briefly discuss two issues. The first, the climate transition requires capital-intensive expenditures with a large upfront cost, and therefore it is highly susceptible to changes in the cost of credit. So for example, there's evidence that higher interest rates weigh on the price competitiveness of renewable energies. So there's been a controversial public debate recently about whether the current monetary policy tightening may slow down the pace of decarbonization. This consideration has not been a part of central bank's traditional objective function. But here I'm not arguing that we have to redefine central bank's mandate to integrate sustainability consideration. But if the monetary tightening slows down the transition, the current level of carbon emission will last longer, and more frequent climate disasters will generate persistent inflationary pressure. So the impact of monetary policy on climate transition is also related to the long-term price stability. This implies that in an environment where climate changes become a macro issue due to its urgency, central banks may also like to consider the interaction between climate transition and long-term price stability when they are designing the optimal monetary policy. Second, the conventional monetary policy tools can be used to support climate transition. For example, central banks can include or even prioritize the green financial bonds into the pool of eligible asset as collateral for the central bank's lending facilities. There is evidence that this approach makes the green bond enjoy a higher eligibility premium, thereby reducing the cost of investment for climate projects. as we expect more demand for the monetary policy to support climate transition, not to mention the role of fiscal policy to crowd in the private investment to the green transition. I think monetary policy and the policymakers must be prepared for this movement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's now move to the third part of our discussions today and ask Gian Maria Ferretti to cover now international fragmentation. Gian Maria, over to you.
So let me also start by thanking the Ministry of the Economy and Finance, KDI, for the very kind invitation. It's always a treat for me to be able to come to Korea. This was my first IMF mission back in the days when I was a junior economist at the institution. It's incredible to see the changes that have taken place. It's wonderful to see old classmates from graduate school, to see old friends and colleagues from the IMF. And last thing, I also wanted to warmly thank the conference secretariat of this, Chloe and the whole team that have been just wonderful in every communication and in organizing this event. So I'm going to just scratch the surface of a topic that is a difficult one and a very broad one to analyze, and that stretches way beyond economics in its scope. What I will try to do is to give you a sense of what we can glean from aggregate data, and then go a little bit more into the literature that has tried to look at more disaggregated data to draw some preliminary inferences on what may be happening as we speak, literally, to trade and international finance. And then try to draw some implications for what those trends could mean for economic activity more broadly. Of course, we all know that we come from a relatively long period of increasing economic integration, international trade, integration, global allocation of production, international finance, labor movements. On all these fronts, we've seen increasing links across countries. We've seen tremors, of course, particularly in the decade following the global financial crisis. A clear one, of course, is the vote for Brexit in the UK, the rise of trade tensions between the US and China. And I would add, maybe on a smaller scale, in a sense, more country-specific scale, a strategy by Russian authorities to reduce the vulnerability of their balance sheet to actions taken by financial trading partners. And this occurred from the takeover of Crimea from 2014 onwards, and is clearly visible if you look at international capital flows to and from Russia during the period from 2014 onwards. I mentioned this, I've written a blog about it if people are interested in the details. On a more recent, in a more recent time, we've seen trade frictions related to COVID, shortages of vaccines, masks, and an increase in geopolitical tensions. Clearly, the China-US front, the broader implications of Russia's invasion of the Ukraine. And we've seen the adoption of unabashed industrial policy, in a sense, an enfranchising of the adoption of trade restrictions for geopolitical purposes. And we know there is an ongoing reshaping of economic linkages. We just know that this is a process that is going to be very protracted over time, and we don't quite know where this is going to lead. Let me give you a quick snapshot of the literature ahead of showing you some data. And this is just a very non-exhaustive list of papers and, in the first case, a conference on the subject. There was a conference in the IMF in May of 2023. There is a forthcoming CPR ebook on this. This was on geopolitical fragmentation and economic implications. There is a paper by Penny Goldberg and Reed presented last year at Brookings in September. Two chapters, very interesting chapters of the World Economic Outlook and the GFSR, dealing with the impact of differences on the geopolitical front and FDI and international finance. So the allocation of FDI, is there a bias towards investing more in countries that are more closely aligned ideologically, and evidence in that regard for FDI and international finance. It's a very nice paper by Ayar and others on geopolitical fragmentation, a very good work by Caroline Freund and co-authors. I'm going to refer to these last two papers as I cover the data. So let me start by the data look by showing you a picture that I updated just a couple of days ago on the size of cross-border holdings of financial instruments. So if you want, this is a very broad, or a bit rough measure of international financial integration. And what you see there is the total of cross-border financial assets divided by world GDP. And the world is divided into three groups. The gray group is financial centers. These are countries where most international financial activity is consisting of a pass-through nature. So they are more intermediating countries. There, in some cases, are also ultimate destination funds and ultimate source, but for the majority of the international flows going to the country, it is a pass-through. That group includes relatively large economies like the UK, like the Netherlands, like Switzerland, Ireland, and smaller ones like the Cayman Islands, British Virgin Islands, and the like. Then you have in orange advanced economies and in blue emerging and developing economies. Why am I showing you this picture? The color pattern makes it clear that the weight of emerging and developing economies in this particular domain is way smaller than the weight they have in international trade or in GDP. And in turn, the observation is that maintaining an active cross-border presence in trading international financial instruments is very difficult to achieve if you want to avoid the main international financial markets of advanced economies. It is just very hard, considering that they really represent the lion's share of cross-border financial instruments. A second point that I want to highlight is the importance of financial centers. That I mentioned the issue of money transiting through them. That also implies that it becomes, despite the wider availability of data, it becomes increasingly more difficult to track where money is ultimately going, because a lot of international funds are intermediated by financial centers. In the old times, you may have bought, a resident of Italy may have bought a share of a US company directly. It may now do so through a mutual fund domiciled in Luxembourg. And then you will see a financial relation between Italy and Luxembourg, and one between Luxembourg and the US. And knowing that the Italian exposure is equity to the US is very difficult from these data. What I also want to point out is that in the aggregate, you do see some sign of a slowing in in the growth rate of international cross-border holdings. Although you have to take into account that for 21 and 22, a lot of the movement is due to what is happening to the denominator. You have global GDP that is rebounding and you have inflation. So cross-border capital flows and holdings are continuing to grow, but you have very high nominal growth of GDP, and this has lowered the ratio. So no obvious sign here of sort of a tangible impact of fragmentation from aggregate data. This is a very similar picture that deals more specifically with foreign direct investment, which is closer, although not equivalent, to sort of a measure of the global allocation of production. I decided to show this picture because it shows something that people may find a bit surprising, people less familiar with this data, and that is the size of financial centers in cross-border FDI. People think of FDI as being, good cholesterol, as being the M&As, as being greenfield investment. But there is a lot of finance in FDI, and a lot of that transits through financial centers. And that makes it, again, much more difficult to establish what is really happening to financial linkages across countries. And I will give you a very quick example, again, if you look at that is driven by the overall pattern of the data. If you look at the data from 2017 onwards, and you forget about the peak in 2020, which is mostly due to the fact that GDP was falling, you would say, well, from 2017 onwards, which is incidentally a year during which trade tensions were already rising, the growth rate in the importance of FDI, so the importance of FDI seemed to have declined or at least stabilized. Again, is this a sign that countries have become more hesitant on their cross-border investment? And just from these data, this would be the wrong inference. What that is driven by is US tax reform in 2017, which has affected the way international companies manage some of their funding through financial centers. And you see that a lot of the decline in FDI is driven by the gray bar, which is the money transiting through financial centers. Let me show you the picture for trade. And I show a picture that has two lines. One is the blue one, the one most people are familiar with, which is the ratio of, in this case, global imports to global GDP. And you see the spectacular rise in integration until 2007, 2008, and then a flattening out since then. But if you instead look at volumes, you look at the volume of global imports divided by the volume of global GDP, the slowdown in international trade integration is there, but is much smaller. You still have an increase in the ratio of imports to GDP. And why is that? The explanation is in this chart. And again, it is a cautionary note on extrapolating too much when looking at aggregate data. What is happening is that the ratio of trade to GDP depends heavily on what is happening to commodity prices. Why is that? Simply because trade is mostly in goods. commodities are heavily internationally traded. And so when commodity prices rise, the ratio of nominal trade to GDP tends to rise. And when commodity prices fall, the opposite happens. Now, what happened during the decade 2011 to 2020? During most of the decade, commodity prices were falling. And as a result, that had tended to depress the ratio of trade to GDP. You know what happened in 2022, a spike in commodity prices, and what do you observe? A spike in the ratio of trade to GDP. So again, there may be, of course, underlying factors related to fragmentation going on, but you have to be very careful in jumping to conclusions from looking just at the aggregate data. So let's now, the last I have 5 minutes, quickly cover a bit of the evidence on which is more disaggregated. We have some evidence on international trade that is very intriguing, coming primarily from the US. And what we see in US data is changes in the origin of US imports. So not really a decline in imports as a share of GDP, but a decline in the share of imports in the US that are originating from China. And this is particularly driven by goods that have been subject to the tariffs imposed by the US under the Trump administration. And in the compensating for the decline in the share of China is an increase in shares from countries such as Vietnam, Taiwan, Mexico. So you would judge from this, you could say you have the first signs of some decoupling between the US and China, but you also have to take into account how the supply chains work. And unfortunately, we don't have direct data on how supply chains are evolving, but we do know that the countries in question, Vietnam, Taiwan, Mexico, that are increasing their share of exports to the US, are importing more from China. So what is likely to be happening is some shift on supply chains towards those countries, but also the sourcing can originate from China as before, but just be routed in a different way. We see relatively some evidence, but not very strong, that there is a reshoring, and for the euro area, no real sign of a decline in imports coming from China. The second item is production allocation, what I was referring to before on flows, FDI flows. We do see a reduction in FDI flows to China as well as from China to the US. And we do see, on average, higher FDI among countries that are more geopolitically aligned. But it is still way too early to make statements about what is happening to supply chains based on hard data. We have to infer this from trade data, which comes at higher frequency, but the type of data we need, trading value added and the like, that is just lags so much that we will know this a number of years down the road. Clearly a lot of anecdotal evidence pointing in the direction of a reallocation of supply chains, but hard to pinpoint, robust data. Finally, back to the more financy part, portfolio allocation, there too, the GFSR chapter that deals with this finds that countries tend to allocate a larger share of funds to countries with closer geopolitical preferences. And I'm going to show you one table that looks at US data and looks in particular at the share of portfolio instruments in the US that are held by different countries at different periods in time. I've taken January 2012, June 2017, and June 2023 as the data. And this is not random, the June 2017, it is the date when fundamentally was a very sharp reduction in Russia's holdings of US Treasuries. If you look at data from June 2023, you basically have no holdings by Russia, direct holdings in the US. Again, a lot of money goes through financial centers, and it is perfectly possible that the holdings by Russia are just indirect. They're held through custodians based in other countries. For China, we also see a very large decline in the share of US liabilities that China accounts for, US portfolio liabilities. You see, particularly for debt, of course, China was holding a lot of reserves in the US. It still is, but the level of reserves has really stabilized, and the share has basically halved during the past decade. But again, in assessing the data, one has to be very careful. Look at the last two lines, look at the importance of intermediaries, financial intermediaries. For debt and equity, 40 to 50% of holdings in the US are routed through financial centers. And hence, again, making inference on the ultimate holders of financial instruments becomes very difficult. Closing on economic implications, fiendishly difficult. We don't know what the end point is going to be. But we do know for sure that effects on productivity are going to be negative, that they're likely to be more severe for affected emerging economies that are more sensitive to a reduction in trade and technology transfer. But subsidies and declining competition take a toll on industrial economy, on advanced economies as well. I mentioned that for international finance, it is very difficult to see a wholesale shift out of the financial markets of the main advanced economies, especially the US, just in consideration of the size of those markets. And the last point I want to make is that the repercussions of geopolitical tensions can go beyond the channels that I just mentioned and affect any aspect of multilateral cooperation. And I think the tensions arising in debt, the reflection of these tensions on debt restructuring agreements is a particularly costly one, particularly since this affects countries that are already in dire straits. And I'll stop here, and I apologize for being a couple of minutes over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean-Marie. Now let's go to our discussions and final panelist, Professor Li Wangui, Professor Hangzhou University. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Chairman Wuzhan, but time is quite tight, and let me shorten my comments on Jian's very succinct and excellent presentation. Actually, his presentation vividly showed how much the world economy is being divided now. A series of political events such as Brexit, US-China strategic competition, and the war in Ukraine have contributed to international fragmentation. In this regard, it's no surprise, economists are of a great interest in geopolitics as well as geoeconomics nowadays. Actually, I have no, disagreement with Jiang's analysis and his conclusion. Until recently, decoupling or recoupling is slow and limited. And there are some kinds of trade diversion. Jiang said from China to Vietnam and Mexico. But as a political scientist, for me, it's crystal clear that the United States want to loosen their economic ties with China in the long term, but not in short term. This is why decoupling and recoupling are the buzzword nowadays. As he suggested, this process is highly likely to reduce productivity and efficiency. That is the cornerstone of the economic globalization in the last century. Actually, yeah, Korea is no exception. As you know, I mean, the Biden administration put enormous pressure on Korean companies in the name of friend-shoring or ally shoring. As Korea is American ally, and the Korean government could not ignore America's request. I think that the Semiconductor and Science Act and Inflation Reduction Act are the two good examples of how America behaves nowadays. Actually, in terms of trade, export to the United States are increasing, while export to China are decreasing in Korea. But there was no significant change, in terms of imports. As a result, the trade deficit with China has worsened since last October. And we can see the very similar trend in terms of foreign direct investment. And Korean companies, especially semiconductor, battery, and electronic vehicles, have invested much more in the United States than in China. As you can see, the number of new corporations established by Korean companies in China has sharply decreased, since the outbreak of the US-China trade war in 2017. Anyway, I'd like to raise three questions, all of which are fully covered in the presentation, but I believe that these are huge theoretical and policy implications. The first question is about the effect of geopolitical risk. We just talked about so many times geopolitical risk, and Jiang concluded that we do not know the end point. But however, I think that we can assess the current situation, but in a very cautious way. But I'm wondering how serious geopolitical risk is now. Is it strong or weak? And the other question is how long it will impact on the global economy. Is it transitory or structural? This is my first question. Second question is about the IMF's scenario of the division of global economy into 2, 3, or 4 economic blocks. Actually, I was quite surprised when I came across this figure in the last April World Economic Outlook. As you know, IMF focus on geopolitics is very unusual because the institution has restrained itself from discussing international politics. Basically, its mandate is international finance or international economics. But nowadays, things change. And my question is about the scenario. I'm very curious about how economists think about this figure. World economy or global economy is being divided into 2 or 3 or 4 blocks now. I think this is a very, big question or ambitious question or tricky question. It's hard to answer, even for me. I'm a scholar of international politics. But anyway, I think this question will be much more serious in the near future. And the final question is about the risk management. Actually, many economies, including Korea, are adversely affected by geopolitical risk. Many Korean policymakers are concerned about a couple of side effects, such as a trade deficit, deflation of foreign exchange reserves, volatility of foreign exchange rate, and manufacturing hollowing out. Actually, this figure, describes the trade balance of the Korea. But as you can see, China is the biggest source of our trade surplus over the past 3 decades. not anymore. This is a big headache for our policymakers. And the other is a foreign exchange rate. Nowadays is very unstable. As you can see, the won has been under significant pressure on the global foreign exchange market since last October. I know, there is no, single solution that solves all the problem, but it would be very helpful, if you give us some clues, but not solution, but some clues, to mitigate the negative impact of these kind of side effects. Let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, it's time, unfortunately, we cannot take questions, but I want to thank all our panelists, for their contribution to this panel. If I have to summarize, I think at the beginning of this conference, President Trichet or Jason Furman mentioned what is different and what is the same. I think if I have to take one lesson here, what is different, we are moving toward a period where we are leaving the period of low interest rate, low inflation to something that's going to be higher for longer, that's for sure. We know that we need to scale up, international climate finance. We might be going toward a new geography for the global economy. Maybe it's not deglobalization, but maybe more intensification of globalization among group of countries. But all of these questions will be also discussed in the second panel after our coffee break and clear looking with the other panelists. Thanks again for coming to Korea, and we look forward to the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We would like to express our sincere gratitude once again to founder Mark Wuzan for moderating this first session and to all our speakers for participating. It was a valuable time to gain insight into the direction of financial market amidst the current uncertain financial landscape. And from now on, we're going to take a short break for 15 minutes, and then we're going to proceed to second session. Please enjoy the refreshment and coffee prepared in the lobby, and I'll see you everyone in 15 minutes. Thank you. Right, we hope you enjoy the break. Now we'll proceed with our second session. This session will be conducted under the title of Post-Pandemic International Financial Diversification and Financial Stability. Allow me to introduce the chair for this second session. Professor Kim Chun-il from Yonsei University will be leading this session. So Professor Kim, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thanks for the kind introduction. Before starting this session, I would first like to thank the Ministry of Economy and Finance and the KDI for inviting me to this G20 conference. As you've seen, the topic of this session is international financial diversification and financial stability in the post-pandemic. I think that as the keynote speech by Jean-Claude Trichet this morning and the previous session set the stage for this topic, let me briefly reflect on a few of what was discussed in this conference. First, global inflation is back, and major central banks tighten monetary policy in response. And many emerging market economies experienced currency depreciation. And the resulting higher interest rate and economic slowdown may soon put the public and private debt sustainability at risk, particularly where the debt is already dangerously high. The second was a geopolitical risk has surfaced, which in my view would further economic fragmentation and weaken global growth potential via trade and investment channels as detailed in session 1. And third, China's short-term economic prospect seems to be less benign and less favorable than initially thought, including looming financial risks in the property sector. In addition, in the medium to long term, China will be facing demographic headwinds as the working age population has already begun to shrink. Last but not least, climate risk is on the rise, as manifested by increasing frequency and intensity of natural disaster around the globe, which is calling for a stronger concerted global response before too late. So all these developments would likely put to the test the resilience of global financial system have very important implications for global financial stability going forward. In this respect, I think this session's topic is quite relevant and timely to discuss for the G20 dialogue. Having said this, we are very fortunate to have very distinguished speakers and panelists for this session. And let me first introduce 3 speakers in the order of the distance from me. Right next to me, Dr. Andreas Schrimp. He is head of the financial markets of the BIS. We'll speak about trends in the global use of major currencies. The second speaker, Dr. Nicholas Vernon. He's a senior fellow at the Peterson Institute and the co-founder of Bruegel. Will speak about a geopolitical threat to global financial infrastructure. Finally, Professor Sun-Young Park of Dongguk University will speak about the current status and risk factors of non-bank financial institutions. Next to these 3 speakers, we have 3 panelists who are all equally distinguished. First, Dr. Dae-hee Jung. He is the senior director at the KDI. And Professor Jong-hwa Lee of Korea University, who is a former chief economist of ADB. And finally, Professor Juno Ham of Yonsei University, who is the president of Korea Money and Finance Association at present, and a former member of the Monetary Policy Committee of the Bank of Korea. So I think we are ready to move on. So let's invite Dr. Schrimp to the podium.
Okay, so First of all, let me also thank the organizers, in particular the Ministry of Finance and the KDI for their kind introduction to attend this and to speak at this high-profile event. It's really wonderful to be back in Seoul, actually after 20 years. That's the last time I was here. And indeed, a lot has changed in this wonderful city. So I'll be speaking today about trends in the global use of major currencies. The way how I have organized my talk is that I will first talk about some basic facts, so just to show some key trends in terms of currency usage. And then I will make a deep dive into some 3 issues that have some financial stability and macro implications. I will provide a nuanced view on US dollar dominance. I'll speak to the financial channel of exchange rates and weakness in global trade. And then, depending on the time, I will be also covering the US dollar as a major funding currency, and in particular, FX swap markets and associated financial stability risks. So let's turn to some basic facts. So the international role of the dollar has been emphasized a lot. And here on this chart, on this slide, I'm showing various proportions of the usage of the dollar in the financial system across various kinds of financial activities. These are the blue bars. And you can see how large these usages are, in particular when it comes to FX transaction volumes, usage in FX reserves, but also traditional banking activities and debt securities issuance. And in particular, the outsized role really shows compared to the weight that the US economy actually has in the global economy, whether it's in terms of global GDP or when it comes to world trade. It's also quite remarkable when we're looking here really at the shares in FX markets, where the US dollar stands in particularly out, given its importance as the dominant vehicle currency in the world. So here this shows some BAS statistics, the so-called triennial survey that we conduct every 3 years, and that is a census of the activity in the global FX market. And we can see that the dollar has been on one side of at least 88% of global FX trades the last time we conducted the survey in 2022. And then, however, if you're looking at other currencies, even some major currencies such as the euro or the yen, they are indeed a long way back. So the euro commands a share of slightly less than a third, and then the yen stands at 17% of global FX volumes. Also the renminbi, currency that we pay close attention to, of course, given its rapid ascent, so far only reaches 7% of global FX turnover, which is what you can see on the right-hand side of this slide. When we look at this over time, here now stretching more than 2 decades, it's quite remarkable also that the US dollar's share in global FX transactions has been very stable. So it already was 90% in 2001, and still it is around 88% in 2022. So not much has changed. The US dollar has been dominating. What has changed, though, is the somewhat decline of the euro. So we see a significant drop, in particular since the European sovereign debt crisis, with the footprint of the euro shrinking in global FX markets. And we also observe a decline in the yen, also over this 2-decade period. Instead, we see emerging markets commanding a larger share. Growth has been particularly strong in the lead-up to the global financial crisis. And then it stagnated somewhat in recent years, this FX turnover growth, with the exception of China, where the renminbi has been gaining a greater footprint. And I'll have a little bit more to say about the renminbi later on. When we're looking at other parts of the financial system, here this covers international banking, so I'm showing here the foreign currency assets and liabilities of banks that report to the BIS. We can also see an outsized role of the US dollar with roughly a constant share of around 2/3 in these global banking activities over the past 2 decades in international loans. The euro has only seen a mild drop. Actually, in international banking, the share of the euro has held up more strongly, as you can see from the blue surface areas. And then again, other currencies have increased in importance, and that's the gray area, whereas the yen has more or less stagnated. Now, if we turn to another part of international financial markets, that is debt security issuance, we can also see that the US dollar is the funding currency of choice. The euro, however, has unfortunately seen somewhat of a decline, in particular since the European sovereign debt crisis, but it has also recovered to some extent over the past few years. But overall, the picture of the US dollar really stands out as the leading funding currency in international debt securities markets. So when firms issue debt in another currency, it is typically the dollar that is the primary choice. So these have been now mostly about financial developments. It's also interesting to look at international currencies via their usage as a unit of account. And so here I'm showing in particular the share of different major currencies in trade invoicing. And one can see that, again, the US dollar share is very large compared to the US economy's role as an exporter and importer. But there is heterogeneity across regions, of course. So in Europe, the euro dominates, and in other parts of the world, there's also more variety. So whereas in the Americas, of course, the US dollar is by far the dominant trade invoicing currency. And this is here now really to emphasize that there are important complementarities between the use of a currency in trade invoicing and its use for financial activities. And so there's a natural link between the usage in trade, the usage as a unit of account in real world, in real economy-related transactions, and financial transactions for the purposes of financing, for borrowing, but also in terms of store of value activities, the role of a safe asset. And these complementarities have been particularly prominently emphasized in the work by Gita Gopinath and Jeremy Stein. So let's now take a little bit of a more nuanced view of the US dollar dominance. I mean, clearly, undoubtedly, the US dollar dominates in many parts of international finance, but now what I wanted to show is that the picture is not just black and white. One area in particular where the dollar's share has been falling over the past 2 decades has been in international reserves. So here on the left-hand side, you can see the US dollar shares in official foreign exchange reserves, and one can see that they have come down quite a bit over the last 20 years. So the key reason for this development has been portfolio diversification on behalf of reserve managers. That's in particular what Barry Eichengreen and his co-authors have emphasized. And if one takes a bit of a closer look at this phenomenon, one can see that indeed the portfolio compositions of reserve managers have become more diverse. And notably, the role of the renminbi has risen, but also a good chunk of the decline in the dollar has been matched by a rise in non-traditional reserve currencies. And so here a key factor that's been driving these trends has been the search for yield in a low interest rate environment. Also, it's important to emphasize that this this shift has limits. In particular, we all know, we've seen this repeatedly in the past, that dollar liquidity becomes a premium at times of stress, in particular as we've last seen in the COVID crisis, also with important usage of central bank swap lines. And so there are limits in terms of how far this trend can be pushed from the perspective of reserve managers, as the liquidity tranche of the portfolios will likely still feature a very significant dollar component. On this slide here, you can see how this diversity of portfolio composition by reserve managers has changed over the past 2 decades. And again, this is essentially making the point that the dollars decline, the euros decline, they have been matched by a rise in non-traditional reserve currencies. And so the renminbi clearly stands out here, now commanding almost 3% of these portfolio positions. But there has also been usage of other currencies, investments in Australian dollar, Canadian dollar, also including the Korean won. They have entered into the space of currency investments by reserve managers. Also, I should say a few words about the rise of the Chinese renminbi, whose role we've been tracking very closely in our BIS statistics. So you can see that, in particular, if we're looking at 2013, on the left-hand side, renminbi turnover was just a bit more than $100 billion US per day. Now, since then, 10 years later, that share has risen significantly, fivefold, to higher than 500 billion. Still, the renminbi at the moment still is just the 5th largest currency in the triennial survey that we conduct. You can also see how this rise in the renminbi has come along with greater usage by non-residents. So the international share of trading in the renminbi has increasing rapidly. And at the same time, the usage by, in particular, financial players, banks, institutional investors, also hedge funds, etc., that has gone up notably. So, whereas the role of non-financial corporations has declined, relatively speaking, I should say. Also, I want to mention another interesting area in which international currencies manifest themselves. And in particular, that is spillover effects of the interest rate policies of the leading central banks. In particular, it's well known that the Fed monetary policy spillovers have a strong impact across the globe in terms of their effect on interest rates. And this is what these maps here show you, which depict the strength of a monetary spillover following a surprise change in the interest rate by the Federal Reserve. And so the darker the color, the stronger this effect. But the point that I would like to make is that while the Fed spillovers, they have been well documented and everybody has been talking about it, also the ECB and to some degree this is also true for the Bank of Japan, their policies also strongly affect interest rates around the world. Less so than in the case of the US, but the impact of their policies are felt, including in many EMEs. And also if you're looking at the left-hand lower panel, including in Asian economies. And we also find in some work that I've been doing here with co-authors that the role of these ECB spillovers has been actually rising over time. Let me now cover another aspect related to the global usage of major currencies, and that is the financial channel of exchange rates. So from the typical macro perspective, when we observe an appreciation in the domestic exchange rate, we have in mind that this has an impact on the competitiveness of the firms the exporting firms in particular will find it harder to remain competitive in international markets, and this may in turn lead to a decline in exports. But as my colleague Yun Song Shin has pointed out in his series of papers with Valentina Bruno, this effect can be dominated by a financial channel. And this effect starts from the typical currency mismatches on corporate balance sheets, especially for EMEs. So you may have a situation when a local firm has borrowed a lot in US dollars to finance local assets in domestic currency. And so when we then observe an appreciation of the local currency, in essence, what one observes is a strengthening of the firm's balance sheet. So from the view of the lender to the firm, actually the credit risk of that counterparty, of that borrower, improves. And so according to that channel, the lenders, typically global banks, global intermediaries, will in turn provide more ample financing whenever the local currency appreciates and the dollar weakens. And this suggests a link between the dollar and some key macro variables. It can be exports, but it can also be investments. And so just to illustrate this very quickly at a high level, we can see, in fact, that in periods when the US dollar tends to be weak, world's exports in relation to GDP tends to boom, and vice versa. So when a stronger dollar means a weakening of global trade. And this mechanism operates very much through the balance sheets of borrowers and global intermediaries, as I pointed out. And as shown here on this slide, it works primarily through financing activities. So also here on this slide, when we're plotting the US dollar index in black and then total credit by the banking sector, we can observe such a very strong negative relationship. So a stronger dollar typically goes hand in hand with a collapse in credit conditions. Now finally, let me cover another aspect of the US dollar in its role as a major funding currency. And this relates to the topic of FX swaps and other derivatives and associated financial stability risks. So if one looks at FX derivatives, swaps and turnovers, now here scaled by world GDP, first of all, one can notice a heavy rise relative to GDP. That's the dashed black line. And this shows how essentially these kinds of activities have been rising much more faster than actual real activity. But also the US dollar clearly stands out in the FX swap market. It is the key vehicle currency and most important cross in the FX swaps and forwards transactions, significantly much more so than it would be in the spot market. And when one thinks about FX swaps, it's important that they create debt-like obligations. This is what my colleagues Claudio Borio, Bob McCauley, and Pat McGuire have emphasized. And this is because an FX swap, in essence, is like a secured loan where the principal has to be paid back in full at maturity. So the two parties, they exchange two currencies in two legs. The first leg is at the current spot price, where they say exchange US dollar against euro. And then the second leg consists of the forward transactions where they reverse this exchange, where the forward price is already determined today. And so the respective currency received is, in essence, serves as the collateral for the transaction. So it has some resemblance to a repo transaction. And usage of FX swaps is quite important for a variety of reasons. So for some players, it's important to hedge their portfolios, in particular given the strong increase in non-bank financial intermediaries, the rise in wealth that's managed portfolios and where FX hedging plays a key role. But also it is very important for the purposes of funding for some players that need to fund their large dollar positions. And another important aspect in this regard, so when we're making the comparison to repo, is that while the repo borrowing is recorded on the balance sheet on a gross basis, so you can see essentially this kind of debt, this is not true for FX swaps or other FX derivatives that are just off balance sheet and only reported on a net basis. And so as my colleagues have pointed out, in essence, there is a large amount of hidden dollar debt in the financial system. With, in particular, non-banks outside of the US, they put the figure under certain assumptions of these kinds of obligations that they amount to around 25 trillion in mid-2022. And that is more than double what they actually display on their balance sheet in terms of dollar debt. And so here, this again just shows you how large this issue is. On the left-hand side, we see the total notionals of outstanding FX derivatives positions, which are mostly FX swaps and forwards. Again, the US dollar commands the largest share of these. The size is very large. We're talking about 80 trillion of outstanding debt-like obligations that are non-recorded on balance sheets. And this, if you compare that to other key market segments, for example, the commercial paper market, the outstanding treasury bills out there, this is a very significant number. And typically, this doesn't pose a problem. Most of the time, this debt is out of sight, out of mind, so nothing happens. But in crisis periods, in particular, when there is a retrenchment of those that need to provide or that provide that financing, when they pull back, we can get quite into significant trouble. And the problem is exacerbated by the fact that a lot of these positions are very short-term. So you can see it here in the center panel. The vast majority matures below 1 year. And if I had a bit more granular breakdowns, that would show that actually most of these rollover needs, they're much more frequent. So the typical banks would rather face rollover needs on a daily and weekly basis, because this is where a lot of the FX swap transactions in particular need to be refinanced. Okay, so let me then wrap up. So in my presentation, I've shown that the US dollar remains in a dominant position in the global financial system. So it is used as a means of payment, unit of account, and store of value. And there are no signs of this changing. There are important interlinkages between real and financial considerations that give rise to these strong network effects that can explain why the dollar has this outsized position. But I also wanted to convey in this presentation that a nuanced view suggests we've already been in a more diverse system than often portrayed, with also the euro and the yen in particular playing an important role, and increasingly so the Chinese renminbi. And last but not least, I would like to mention that financial forces are key in understanding developments in the global use of currencies, and this applies both to the financial channel of exchange rates and also the hidden debt in FX derivatives markets. Let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andreas, for a very, very helpful and excellent presentation. We'll ask Dr. Dae-hee Chung for a comment on his presentation. Thanks.
Okay, I'm Dae-hee Chung, the Director of Macro and Financial Policies in KDI. It's my great honor to join as a panelist in Global Financial Stability Conference. I'd like to discuss on two things. The first one is USD dominance and its related policy discussions, and the second one briefly on the impact of digital technologies on USD dominance. So on the USD dominance, I agree with Dr. Shrim's point on the nuanced view. The dominance of the USD has been slowly declining in official reserves. So the share of USD in official reserves was over 70% in early 2000s, but now it's a bit shy of 60%. But despite the nuanced view, I'm trying to make a case for the continuing dominance of the USD in certain perspective. So we consider the dominance of the USD in functions of money. So there are three functions: the unit of account and medium of exchange, and the third one is store of value. As unit of account, I think the internalization of the Chinese renminbi and denomination and settlement of the oil and other commodities in renminbi would increase the role of renminbi as unit of account. As you know, China's purchase of oil from Saudi Arabia are now being more contracted in renminbi. So I think for the unit of account perspective, I think the dominance of USD could be eroded. As medium exchange, we observe continuing decline in transaction costs across currency pairs due to upgrades in international payment systems with faster payments and lower hedging costs. So we also observe possibility of new digital technologies developed by fintech companies and cryptocurrencies as working vehicle currencies. So this will imply that the role of a medium of exchange would also be diminished. However, in terms of store of value, the role of the USD is unlikely to be affected, I think. There are several characteristics of the currencies that work as global store of value. The first one is depth, or the quantity of the assets. And the second one is liquidity, or the easiness to trade large quantity. And the third one, which I think is the most important, is the institutional framework. So considering the vast amount of US Treasury securities, as well as the vast number of buyers and sellers of the debt securities, the USD is no match with other currencies. More importantly, the USD is most trusted due to its institutional framework, such as checks and balance and the rule of law and trusted central bank, as noted by Prasad 2014. So how to deal with the USD dominance? Basically, the dominance of the dollar means many things: global financial cycle, and the stronger spillovers, and dependence on US Fed when there is no credible international lender of last resort, especially in difficult circumstances. So about this, so I think there has been several policy discussions on creating new safe havens. One of them is synthetic hegemonic currency provided by CBDC network, which is proposed by Mark Carney, former governor of the Bank of England, at the 2019 Jackson Hole conference. The other one is IMF SDRs. I think synthetic hegemonic money is theoretically possible under the idea of a certain CBDC design, where many central banks share the same CBDC network with the same synthetic digital currency. However, in reality, it seems to be very hard to make such network because it requires very high level of international cooperation. And also regarding the IMF SDR, IMF is not a government, so it does not have any power to levy taxes that can back SDRs. I think more realistic approaches include developing regional safe assets, for example, trenching sovereign bonds into senior and junior bonds. This would make it easier to preserve safe asset status. So I think this idea is useful, both increasing the debt and liquidity, and also trusted institutional framework. If this one would this one leads to developing a harmonizing bond standards and regulations. Lastly, on the cryptocurrencies, briefly. In short, I think the trust embedded in the institutional framework is one of the most important factor in determining the safe asset. So I'm more on in the pessimistic view that the even if there is the cryptocurrencies, for example, the global stable coins, it would not be working as the safe asset, but the even if it is linked to the dollar, I think the dollar itself is trusted safe asset, not the stable coins. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chang. We move to the next topic. The second speaker is Nicholas Vernon. He will talk about the geopolitical threat to the global financial infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a great honor to be here. I'm very grateful. As other speakers have already said, the organization of this conference is just extraordinary, and the organization team especially has all my gratitude, and thanks more generally for the invitation. I work in two think tanks, Bruegel and the Peterson Institute for International Economics. I want to pay a special tribute today to Jean-Claude Trichet because he was chairman of Bruegel for a long time and is now the honorary chairman, so he was not labeled as such. You mentioned Banque de France and the ECB, but also Bruegel. And the Peterson Institute, I think, is well known here in Korea. My colleagues Fred Bergsten, Marcus Noland, and Adam Posen have contributed a lot to a number of discussions. My presentation will be, in a way, a follow-up to what President Trichet has talked about in his address, but also what Gian-Maria Milesi-Ferretti and Li Wanghui have particularly been talking about in the first panel. So I apologize for not having a lot of slides and charts, but I am relieved that both Gian-Maria and Wang Hui had excellent graphics to illustrate the kind of things I will be talking about. I should also say that every time I come to Korea, I learn a lot. In a way, Korea is always pointing at the future. I was at the World Knowledge Forum last week and now back again for this conference. Just maybe not of interest, certainly not related to my presentation, but one thing that has struck me on this visit is the intensity of activity in fintech and especially blockchain-related fintech in Korea. I've been very impressed by that. Like many people who are close to the central banking community, I'm instinctively skeptical about many of the blockchain applications and have been about Bitcoin, of course, but the intensity of innovation and activity in that area here, I think will force me to rethink a number of my assumptions. So, I'm going to talk about global financial infrastructure. And what am I talking about here? I'm talking both about public institutions and private sector firms. So the public institutions, of course, are the ones that bring us together here, the G20, the organizations like the BIS. I'm not going to mention them all, standard setting bodies, lots of acronyms. Again, I won't explain them all, you're familiar. But supporting a network of private sector firms, which are both market participants, which are there to make profit, big banks, big asset managers, but also the very specific category of critical global infrastructure firms, the most prominent probably being SWIFT, CLS, so international securities depositories, so things that are more considered plumbing, but play a vital role in the global financial system. And of course, it's a US dollar-centric order. The previous presentation made that obvious enough so that I don't have to repeat. So if you take that broad infrastructure, broadly understood very holistically, and my presentation will absolutely stay at that holistic level because it's very easy to get lost in the details. The experience so far is of remarkable resilience of this network and system against the shocks that have been mentioned, like Brexit, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which is of particular importance for Europe, but probably more important for the world, the growing antagonism between the US and China. So we've seen global public institutions being very resilient and able to act. Actually, I speak under your control, but the BIS, I think, took unprecedented action in following the sanctions that had been applied by the G7 countries in, was it late February or early March 22? I'm not aware that they ever did anything like that for member countries. The only precedent that comes to mind is Yugoslavia, but that was a country that was disappearing, which is certainly not the case of Russia at this point. That suggests an institutional capacity and an ability to make decisions that I think is quite remarkable. I'm not going back to precedents of World War II because they're complicated in the case of the BIS, but let's say in living memory. Also, there has been an expansion, if anything, of the remit of the standard setters. If you think of the adoption of the standards of the Basel Committee, if you think of the adoption of IFRS with its new venture into sustainability standards, the International Sustainability Standards Board, what we have seen in the last 10 years, and even the last 5 years, since the beginning of the US-China tension, is not retrenchment of this policy framework, it's continued expansion. It goes a bit stop and go, but it's very dynamic. And China is generally engaged. It displays a reluctance to share data, even in confidential environments like the BIS, but generally it is an active participant. So it's not a world bifurcated in those fora, in those institutions. China is a bit behind in a way compared to other countries like we saw with international reserve currencies. So for example, China is not a member of the CLS system, but it's never been a member of the CLS system. So it's not like it's been taken out or anything like that. And we see a lot of conflict avoidance among the players. I think one of the most remarkable developments of the last few years in this corner of the world, global financial infrastructure, was a pretty abrupt change of position of China last year to accept the conditions of the US Public Company Accounting Oversight Board, the PCAOB, to allow for continued listing of Chinese firms on American stock exchanges. This was a long-running dispute. It started, I think, in 2009, more or less. And the fact that this was resolved by China essentially accepting the conditions that the US had established throughout the discussion, throughout the years, in the summer of 22, under Xi Jinping and all that, I think is something that has to make us think about what we really see in the system. So firms still manage to straddle. HSBC is a good example. It's complicated for HSBC to be both a Chinese and a British bank, but it still manages. We'll see how it develops. So existing infrastructure still serves the world. China is not moving away from SWIFT. It's building up its own infrastructure, but it still uses SWIFT. And the monetary order, as we just saw, is pretty stable and it's a continuedly dollar-centric order. So one of my favorite examples is that the new development banks, the so-called BRICS banks, that has been marketed in a way as a way to challenge the established order. If you look at their financial statements, they're reporting in US dollars. Also in that category of kind of qualified good news, we haven't seen that many cyber disruptions, at least at scale. For me at least, maybe because of my ignorance, that's been a surprise. I expected more. If you had told me 5 years ago what's happening in world geopolitics and then have asked, will there be big cyber disruptions? I would certainly, and I think I'm not the only one, have said yes a lot. And we have seen either few attacks or a good ability to manage them or both. Of course, the exception to that is Russia, because Russia has been cut out from the global financial system. It was not a core player, but it was a significant player. But that's a feature, not a bug. Russia did something unacceptable for the continued global financial order and the global peace order more generally that underpins the global financial order. That's what you see in United Nations vote, where a very large majority of United Nations members have condemned the Russian aggression. I know there are many debates about this, the Global South, etc. But actually, even if you look at the Global South, it's not at all on the side of neutrality, let alone supporting China. A large part of the Global South has been joining those statements at the UN General Assembly. So Russia did something unacceptable that should not be tolerated. It's cut off from the financial system. Again, that's the way it should be. So, of course, echoing what our chairman Trichet didn't have the time to expand on this morning, there are many risk factors. Let me mention them very briefly. There is a risk of overreach of G7 sanctions. I think there's a lot of debate about, for example, moving from immobilizing the Russian central bank's assets to expropriating them, whatever the vocabulary that is used. I think the immobilization, I mentioned the participation of the BIS was a very proportionate action that was fully justified by the circumstances. Expropriation would be a complete game changer with a change of ownership of those assets. And I think it should be considered, if at all, very carefully and not very quickly. There are gaps in the data sharing. I mentioned the fact that China is often reluctant to share data, even in protected confidential international environments. I think this could become a problem particularly if the Chinese financial system becomes not only bigger, it's already the largest banking system in the world, but also more internationalized, which we don't really see, but could happen. There is perhaps one of the most immediate risks with the election next year, the risk of US institutional vandalism. I don't think I have to expand on this, but obviously, depending on the outcome of the election, there are some very scary scenarios here. I think we can say that the first Trump administration in the end didn't destroy that much, but it was actually destructive, and the fact that the US is still unable to enter trade, market access negotiations, I think is a legacy of that period. Even so, some would say that it has more profound roots. And of course, the geopolitical big-ticket issues, an escalation of the war in Ukraine, by which I mean an escalation beyond conventional warfare. At this point, I think it's less likely than it was at the beginning of the war, because we've seen a number of red lines being crossed from a Russian perspective without Russia escalating towards non-conventional means. But it's still a major risk, given the magnitude of the consequences, and it would change everything, including for finance. And also something disruptive coming from China, given China's importance. An unexpected shift towards less cooperation. I insist on unexpected. I think at this point, China, as I said, is broadly cooperative with the system I described, but that could change and it's a risk. Or indeed a financial crisis. It could take different forms given the features of the Chinese financial system, but I think given the lower growth prospects in China, which is something we haven't talked a lot today about, but which is very striking in the recent high-frequency data that elevates the risk of a financial crisis in China and around China, also in Korea and Japan and in other economies that are dependent on the Chinese economy. Maybe I shouldn't mention Japan, but I think that is one of the things that matter for Korean financial stability, but in China itself to start with. Let me stop here and thank you very much again for your attention here.
Thank you. Thank you, Nicolas. The next panelist is Professor Cho-Hwan Lee of Korea University.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor to speak here today, especially to discuss Nicolas Perron's presentation on assessing the geopolitical threat to global financial infrastructure. And Dr. Perron mentioned the recent development in global financial architecture, and he also identified the risk factors. It was very clear. I don't need to repeat anything. So I just want to express my concurrence with his insightful assessment that the global financial system and banking sector, as well as the dollar-centric monetary order, were relatively resilient in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. But having said that, it is also important to acknowledge that we have witnessed significant turbulence in financial markets, particularly in emerging economies. The shocks came from the many factors. Of course, there are geopolitical issues, but also there were spillovers from the global shocks, such as the US interest rate hike and some bank failures in the United States. Most importantly, as emphasized by Dr. Perron and other speakers explained, we found ourselves confronted with heightened geopolitical risks, including the escalation of the tensions between the United States and China, as well as the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine. These wars and the political risk combined with the pandemic create significant shocks to the global market as well as the emerging economies. So geo-economic fragmentation, nowadays we are talking about that, is driven by the use of economic tools by global powers to advance their geopolitical objectives. This has consequently led to so-called friend shoring and change in cross-border trade and financial flows. Additionally, we must not underestimate the potential threat posed by the artificial intelligence and the new technology development. We don't have time to discuss this today, but I think there are clearly a lot of threat coming from the geopolitical tensions as well as the unknown characteristics of the new technologies. So, but the assessment of international institutions could be diverse, but in my view, there were quite insufficient and limited role played by the global financial institutions such as IMF and World Bank to coordinate macroeconomic policies and financial policies during this financial turbulence, as well as the limited role were played by the group of G7 and G20. So let me just get to the more on the geopolitical threat, especially focusing on the geoeconomic fragmentations. These data were explained and mentioned by the Jean-Marie in the previous session. Due to this promotion of the protectionist trade policy as well as the so-called de-risking implemented by the US as well as the Europe. Now we see the reallocation of the trade, especially significant decline in the US trade with China. This shows especially in the strategic sectors. That's from the one paper. Also, we see some increase in the US trade with other Asian countries, including South Korea, India, as well as the Vietnam. The other important reallocation is the FDI, mentioned by the other speakers. FDI reallocation is in progress. The US and EU implemented policies directed at strengthening domestic production, especially strategic industries such as the microchips, and reducing the vulnerability from unaligned foreign suppliers, especially China. So the recent data, as you can see, there are clearly reallocation of the US outbound FDI and capital flows, significantly declining in China. So if this trend continues, we expect that the strengthening the trade and technological conflict and tensions between US and China, it hurts China's technological development. Of course, you understand that. Even though China's economic power has been on the rise, the US still holds the position of the ruling power and also in the very cutting-edge technological superiority. But China's response is hard to evaluate, but my assessment is a very cautious approach. The Chinese government is working at this moment, as mentioned by the other speakers in the Zhang Tuixia also mentioned this. China needs to revive its economy at this moment, especially domestic demand is Jason Furman also mentioned that China's case is reviving domestic demand is a really key priority to rescue the economy from the deflation and low growth. But developing the technology, their assessment is quite diverse, but China is already possesses a high level of science and technology and is rapidly developing cutting-edge technologies such as the big data, artificial intelligence, electric vehicles, and batteries. So we will see what will happen in terms of the technology and economic competition between the US and China. China's economic power anyway will increase and surpassing the US. China also promote RMB internationalization. There are, as emphasized by the Andre in the first presentation, there are still significant gaps between the US dollar and the Chinese renminbi as a key currency in the world, I mean, especially in the reserve currency as well as the funding currency. But China is now promoting in several ways to trying to advance the renminbi internationalization. The yuan, the Chinese renminbi, became the most widely used currency in Chinese transaction, in current account and capital account. It's now 48%. In trade, current account is 23%. So at least China now is China's trade is now the most used currency is the renminbi, not the US dollar. And also one important one is China is promoting the China's cross-border interbank payment system, so-called CIPS. This is now huge volume of transaction is processed by the CIPS. Of course, there are still some gaps, but I think we'll see how will become in the future China's power in this area. This chart was actually mentioned in the previous sections by the Professor Li Wang-hee. I think it's what will be the future of this China and US conflict? There are a lot of discussions. I think basically we see the more trade and FDI is going toward more politically aligned countries. And this is so-called friend shoring. How we assess this friend shoring? Well, extreme case, all the trade and finance will be done within the countries they are politically proximate. It's closed plans. So there are some measures such as the UN voting patterns on each resolutions, how much they vote together in the same directions or in opposite directions. So one measure I show here in the left-hand side is blue color. Dark blue is the basically one. That means the complete similarity. And the red color goes to the dark red is the complete dissimilarity. So now you can see that big two clusters. You may not see, it's very small characters, but basically the China and Russia and some Southeast Asian countries and India belong to the upper part, upper right hand, and the Western European countries as well as the US and North America and some East Asian countries in the blue color, dark blue. So based on this political proximity, we could make some scenarios. One scenario is done by the IMF. IMF sees there will be the US-centered bloc and China-centered bloc, and then the size would be similar. And then some countries are in the middle. That means the neutral, and they will be the non-aligned countries. So, this is, of course, extremely hypothetical situation. But important message is basically maybe in the beginning, some countries, such as non-aligned countries in Southeast Asia or India, Indonesia, these countries may get some gains. But because of uncertainty and eventually the decline in the global demand, these countries will also be a loser. So every nation can be a loser. So that's why we call for global corporations to resolve these situations. Significant aggravation of the global conflict centered on US bloc and China bloc will hurt the global economy. So that's why we ask for the more global coordinations. Let me just add a couple of things, some regional perspectives. Well, here, let's focus on the Asia. Asia's economic power has been rising. It has been transforming global geopolitical political landscape. So Asia could play a certain role. It has some responsibilities. But the problem is that Asia's economic rise also increased the geopolitical risk, not just globally, but also within the countries in Asia. So the willingness of the major global powers as well as the major regional powers to achieve some more peace and prosperity in the region would be very, very important. I'm not just talking about the financial stability, but also the more stability in the global systems. So whether Asia could play a certain role in achieving this more stability in the world is very difficult because there are a lot of the obstacles and challenges I listed here, where of course the Asia economic and political diversities, think about Japan and China, and rising nationalism and territorial dispute, think about between China and India, and a lack of political leadership as well as the strategic cooperation. So Asia is not like the Europe, but despite these challenges and constraints, Asia worked to strengthen some cooperations, and we built some existing frameworks, including some financial stability mechanisms such as ASEAN Plus 3, CMIM, as well as the AMLO, these kind of things. So we could work together. Also, any nations in this region could contribute to reducing geo-economic fragmentation and contributing the global and regional financial stability. And I think it's these financial stability issues I just trying to conclude by mentioning that we discussed the global approach. That's why we focus on the global problems. Of course, global coordination very important, but also regional spillover is a lot. From the perspective of South Korea, any shock in China will get influence much larger than any other countries in the world. So we are also keeping the regional stability is also very important. And basically the responsibility of maintaining financial stability within a nation goes to the national government. I think the national government always should try to work very hard to reduce domestic financial vulnerability and build effective financial supervisory and crisis management mechanisms. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Lee. We can move to the next topic. The status and risk factors of non-bank financial institutions, and Professor Park of Dongguk University.
So good afternoon. My name is Sunyoung Park, and I'm a professor at Dongguk University. I'm very pleased to be presenting at G20 Global Financial Stability Conference today. We have been talking about the geopolitical fragmentation and transition of post-pandemic. And the other two speakers talked about the use of major currencies and global financial infrastructure. So I'd like to share some reflections on the importance of non-bank financial intermediaries. So the key takeaway from this talk is that financial stability requires deeper understanding of new and diverse behavior of non-bank financial intermediaries. Some of you may be more familiar with colloquial term shadow banking. In 2019, the Financial Stability Board changed the term from shadow banking to non-bank financial intermediaries, known as NBFIs. So NBFIs are financial entities outside the banking sector and not subject to bank-level prudential regulation and not subject to deposit insurance and liquidity support program. Examples are insurance company, pension funds, broker-dealers, hedge funds, and central counterparties. So this sector has experienced a spectacular growth since the global financial crisis. The share of financial assets held by NBFI has grown from 40% to 50% during this period. So actually, this is a consequences of the regulative and supervisory initiatives that have made the banking sector more resilient and have effectively pushed the activity outside the banking sector. So why we should pay more attention to this sector right now? Think about the example of the US Treasury market turmoil in March 2020 and the collapse of Archegos capital management in 2021 and the gilt market incidents in September 2022. And recently, BIS, FSB, and Fed all point out that financial risk of the current buildup of leveraged short position in the US Treasury market by hedge fund. So all requires deeper understanding of new behavior of NBFIs to interpret. In addition, it is unclear how financial fragmentation will add instability to this system. So there are many classification of NBFIs. I'm going to only talk about the narrow measure, which is engaging in credit intermediation. So the narrow measure is important because it poses similar financial risk because it is related with the credit intermediation activity. For example, EF1 is a collective investment vehicle such as mutual fund, equity fund, and fixed income funds. It accounts for 76% of the narrow measures. This is the reason why FS report in September devotes a large proportion to the liquidity risk of the open-ended funds and the resilience of MMF. And the other examples are EF5, which is securitization-based credit intermediation, such as asset-backed securities. It accounts for about 8%. So looking at the size and the composition of financial assets by country help us to understand the global financial system much more. So let me start with the size of the total financial assets. So the share of global assets is 28% for US and 16% for China, and 2% of Korea. Due to the fact that the share of US and the EU financial assets is about 60% of total global financial assets, and also the dominance of dollar and euro in the system, make us to discuss mainly for the US financial system. But actually, this is important because financial condition of the US and EU actually affect the global liquidity condition, and global liquidity condition affect the availability of credit in other countries. Second, it is worth to note that the differences in structure of the financial system by jurisdiction. So this graph shows the share of domestic financial assets by institution in 29 countries. So red bar representing proportion of bank, and you can easily see that the financial structure varies across countries. For example, of bank shares are 22% in US, but 44% in Korea. And pension funds, it's 62% in US, but 3% in Korea. So you can see that clearly Korea has a bank-centered financial market. So lastly, I'd like to show you the differences in composition of narrow measures in MBFIs with example of the US, UK, and Korea. So the share of EF1 in the US and the UK is about above 60%, and the share of EF5 is 7 to 8%, in the line with the global average. However, in Korea, the share of EF1 is at 30%, half of the global average, and the share of EF5 is 19%, double the average. So why is that? So actually in mutual fund market in Korea become less and less unpopular due to mainly the low performances. And I'm going to talk about why the EF5 is heavily weighted in Korea. So in sum, the size, the proportion of the financial institution asset, and the composition of the MBFI are totally different among countries. So that's the point I'd like to mention here. And keep that in mind, and I will move to the Korea. So Global Financial Stability Report, published in April this year, talk about the risk of MBFI and also included the case of Korea. So this graph shows the 3-month spread for the certificate of deposit and commercial paper. So as you can clearly see that it was a peak at 319 basis points in January 2009 during the GFC. And as about a year ago, there was severe market tightening, and you can see that it resulted in 220 basis points in CP spread. So it was the largest since the GFC. And even the March 2020, when COVID-19 hit the global markets, the spread was about 150 basis points. So you can clearly see that how severe the market tightening was last year. So let's look more closely to the characteristics of Korea MBFIs. So according to the Korea Capital Market Institute, asset share of real estate related MBFIs has grown rapidly from 16% of GDP in 2014 to 42% of GDP in 2022. In addition, real estate related MBFI activities accounted for 62% of total MBFI activities in Korea in 2021. So half of MBFIs are participate in the real estate related businesses. So why is that? So there are 3 main reasons. First, high profitability of residential property development due to high concentration of Seoul metropolitan area, economically and demographically. And second, low preferences for collective investment vehicle like mutual funds, as I just mentioned. Third, low demand for investment banking activity in the table-centered corporate structure. So all these 3 factors have created an environment where it is the most profitable for NBFIs to engage in real estate-related businesses. So what happened then? So this is typical PF loan securitization process in Korea. So there are three notable observations. The first, a developer in Korea is a low credit player with less than 10% of the project side in equity. So in other words, they leveraged about more than 900%. A second, because of this, lender requires someone to guarantee the loan. So guarantor could be a security firm who is brokering the deal. Third, in the case of apartment of Korea, through the pre-sale, actually they raise funds from home buyer while building apartment. So actually, it could be really profitable if they just succeeded in selling apartment. So there are typical three financial risks in this process. The first, leverage. Second is failure of risk management. And third, maturity mismatches. So first, so what a developer did wrong was accumulate massive leverage, like Bill Hwang, of archaic capital management. The second, the security firms made an excessive number of guarantees, like AIG selling CDS before the GFC. And third, there was the problem that financing with 3 to 5 year construction loan with 1 to 3 month ABCPs. These three factors are structural vulnerabilities inherent in the Korea's NBFI system. So in addition, there are three related triggers. The first is tightening global financial market, and second, falling property prices. So last year alone, the price of Seoul apartment dropped by 30%. Third was the withdrawal of local government guarantee. So in essence, three structural vulnerabilities conflated with three triggers resulted in what we just witnessed. In other words, ABCP investors stopped decline to roll over, and the CP spread soared. So that was what happened. So the last point I'd like to emphasize from today's presentation is that even if Korea has very different financial structure than the US, it is still dependent on global liquidity conditions. So I asked Professor Hyun-Sung Shin for his thought about this matter, and he advised me to analyze the relationship between Korea and BFIs and the broad dollar index, which is tightly correlated with the global liquidity. So this graph shows the inverse relationship between the broad dollar index and household credit change by MBFIs. In additional context, the broad dollar index explains other NBFI activities with the statistical significance. In other words, activities of MBFI in Korea also fluctuate with the strength of the dollar. So what is the key takeaway from this graph? So the domestic financial condition is also tightly affected by global liquidity condition. So the financial system is constantly changing in response to demand, innovation, and regulatory incentives, presenting a continuous challenge for regulators. Let me conclude with three parts. First, as I mentioned, MBFI account for almost half of global financial assets, and their behavior has evolved to become more diverse and unpredictable, and there exists data and regulatory gaps. Second, each country has unique NBFI ecosystem and structural vulnerability, as I just explained for the case of Korea. And third, each country's financial condition is nevertheless affected by global liquidity. All with this matter said, I'd like to conclude my presentation that it is even more important to discuss global financial stability at G20 level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. Our final panelist, Professor Juno Han of Yonsei University.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to this renowned international conference. I feel truly delighted and privileged to join this session. And I really enjoyed Professor Park's presentation and learned a lot. It's an excellent summary of the current state of MBFIs. And Professor Park explains clearly what potential risk factors are associated with specific MBFI segment, and through what propagation channels these risk factors may develop into systemic risk. As a special case in point, based on Korea's experience, Professor Park also showed us how MBFI intermediated credits could amplify pro-cyclical interaction between credit cycle and real estate cycle. I completely agree with all the main arguments of Professor Park, and rather, on a complementary note, I would like to talk more about global aspect of NBFI expansion, namely implications on global financial stability risk and policy implication lessons for GFA reform and emerging market economies. This figure basically shows the MBFI is growing fast in terms of the share of the global financial system. But if you look at the individual country, MBFI sector is growing even faster in emerging market countries. Even in narrow measure, excluding China, the share of MBFI is growing faster than in advanced countries. Emerging market countries such as Brazil, India, Mexico, shows some fast growth rates in MBFIs these days. And also, our colleague Andreas emphasized, note that MBFI's leverage is connected to some off-balance sheet activities. It's kind of hidden leverage, and as you can see, MBFI's FX futures and swaps has seen a very fast growing trend on the left-hand side. And also, if you look at the data on US dollar off-balance sheet liabilities, and MBFI also shows very fast growth rate in these US dollar connected liabilities. If you look at external debts of emerging market economies, not only foreign currency as well as US dollar denominated external debt has seen some increase in recent years. This EME external debt is more connected to non-bank financial intermediary sectors. And if you look at the cross-border activities of banking institutions, as you can see from the figure on the left-hand side, not only the absolute volume of interconnectedness in terms of commercial banks' claim on MBFI sector, but also share, not only claims, but also liabilities increasing in recent years. And the sensitivity of those cross-border capital flows, especially to recent geopolitical shock, is much greater for MBFI sector. So compared to the overall cross-border portfolios, cross-border portfolio bonds and equity flows from MBFI sector, like investment funds, shows more significant reductions these days in response to these tensions. And finally, as emphasized by many Professor Park, OFIs leverage is very high, and especially non-bank financial institutions from the US, UK, some major advanced countries show more higher leverage as well as a greater degree of mismatch exposing the liquidity risk. So, to summarize, the recent development of MBFI sectors, especially from the perspective of emerging market countries, it seems that there have been some noticeable shifts in the composition of capital flows after the global financial crisis. We have seen the growing role of emerging market economies in shaping global capital flows, and also this shifting composition characterized by declining bank lending in advanced countries and increased bond flows across all advanced and emerging economies, and finally, the rise in MBFI intermediated flows. Especially, expansion of US dollar denominated flows and funding by non-bank financial intermediaries need to receive special attention. And growing reliance on debt markets and MBFIs for funding has made liquidity, especially in US dollar, increasingly crucial for stability of global financial system. And the share of debt securities in overall US dollar denominated credit to non-banks is at an unprecedented level right now. And long-standing currency mismatches combined with increased dependence on MBFIs for financing external debt create significant vulnerabilities for emerging market economies, especially given that the low interest rate environment, surging capital inflows, improving risk appetite, and rising asset prices have all contributed to an expansionary credit cycle and unprecedented level of leverage in emerging market economies. Now with this high leverage, emerging market countries are faced with some contractions of global financial cycle driven by US interest rate normalization. Despite then what are policy implications for global financial architectural reform and emerging market economies? Despite advances in reform of global surveillance and regulatory framework since GFC, there seem to remain some weaknesses, especially the global monitoring system and regulatory system is primarily still focused on traditional banking sector, neglecting fast-growing MBFIs. And yet, emerging market economies are still underrepresented despite their growing share of the global economy. And limited availability of standardized data on cross-border financial flows and interlinkages between financial centers and institutions are still problems. And ineffective coordination and collaboration between different national, international regulatory agencies leading to regulatory arbitrage and excessive regulatory burden on capital recipient countries. However, there's one notable progress after the GFC has been the widespread adoption of macroprudential policy measures in both advanced countries and emerging markets especially. It is encouraging to see the changing views as to the use of capital management tools and macroprudential measures in emerging market economies. However, more concerted efforts are necessary to improve consistency among the guidelines of the IMF on integrated policy framework, BIS, macro financial stability framework, and the views of FSB and OECD. Note that emerging market economies are not fully equipped with policy tools and instruments to mitigate potential risk emanating from the shift in global capital flows that I mentioned, particularly from previous bank-centered to more bond and NBFI-centered cross-border capital flows. And the emergence of original, as dubbed by Carstens and Sin at BIS, emerging market countries continue to face currency risk despite expansion of local currency bond markets. And for example, we have seen a large volume of capital flows come from the collective investment vehicles domiciled in Europe or US as crucial investors in EME, local and foreign currency bond markets. Fortunately, FSB identifies NBFI's vulnerabilities as a priority area and emphasizes that closing data gaps is crucial for risk monitoring and timely adoption of policies. However, we need to expand the sharing of NBFI data among supervisors and regulatory agencies. In sum, I believe it is important to coordinate macroprudential policies between advanced economies and emerging market economies. Surveillance framework remains bilateral and focused on capital recipient countries. However, negative externalities associated with global financial cycle will be better addressed at source countries. Okay, this concludes my discussion. I look forward to further discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Professor Ham. I really appreciate all speakers and panelists for meeting the time constraints. So as a result of that, we have about 10 minutes to go. So I think probably I can use this time for speakers to respond to the comments made by panelists. So, okay.
So thank you very much for a very insightful discussion. Maybe let me cover two aspects that you mentioned. So in particular, you mentioned that there might be forces that pull in different direction when it comes to the store of value function of an international currency versus the unit of account. So, and you pointed out that in particular, with regard to unit of account, the renminbi may see its rise, and we've seen also its usage growing in China's trade, as the other discussion showed. Whereas for the store of value, it's important, essentially the institutional framework and trust. I would basically say it's about trust ultimately. So in this regard, I wanted to also mention actually an important role that the Fed has been willing to play to kind of acting as the backstop of the dollar system in various ways, notably the FEMA repo facility in the COVID crisis, but then also repeatedly through its network of central bank swap lines, providing dollars for those that needed to roll them over. And I would say that role, I mean, if we're looking at across central banks, is quite remarkable, and it contributes also to that institutional framework, if you so will. However, I would also say this trust needs to be earned continuously. So, and sometimes it's on a razor's edge. We've seen, for example, issues around the debt limit discussions in the US, and sort of, you know, if you get accidents along the way, that could certainly erode the trust, and one needs to be careful about that. Regarding sort of the alternatives that could replace, let's say, the dollar, which I share your skepticism about the first two, so the IMF SDR and the synthetic hegemon idea. So you mentioned global stablecoins. I think there, one thing I would like to point out is, you know, if you're looking at the landscape of existing stablecoins, they mostly try to replicate the US dollar. So in essence, it's unsafe surrogates, replicas of the US dollar. So one needs to watch that, obviously, from a financial stability point of view, because a lot of these stablecoin constructs are also subject to some of the liquidity mismatches and so on, the problems that we have seen repeatedly also in non-bank financial intermediation. So regulation in that space will be extremely important, but so is also central banks stepping up their own provision of digital payments, infrastructures, and so on that meet the needs of society going forward. And so this is also what, for example, we are conducting in the context of the BIS Innovation Hub, innovating in that space. Also wanted to point out quickly that if these stablecoins were to rise, though, it's quite a significant issue for some of the EMEs. So it could exacerbate tendencies towards currency substitution, make it even easier to essentially hold dollars via such global stablecoins, and that is quite worrisome. So from a monetary sovereignty point of view, that could be a concern. And let me just stop here. Thanks very much again for this very good discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll expand on three things that I didn't have time to develop, and also our reactions to other things that have been said. The first one is to qualify something I said about the behavior of Russia and the fact that Russia was being cut off from the international financial system, which, by the way, includes more adoption of the renminbi given the circumstances, because it had done something that was not to be tolerated. The obvious pushback against that view is Iraq 2003, and to point out that in the big scheme of things, what the US did was maybe in the same category. I'm not going to dispute that assessment. We could go into the finer detail, but I want to say strongly that the fact that the US did something wrong 20 years ago is not a justification for Russia doing something wrong now. And it is the invasion of Iraq undoubtedly weakened the global order of peace and also the global financial order as a consequence. But here we are, that's what we live with. So I wanted to mention that explicitly. Second point I want to mention is I was very intrigued by the fact that two of the presenters showed these diagrams of who is friend of whom. I'm not a scholar of international relations, so I'm a bit of a history freak, so I'm interested in those kind of things. There's a famous quote by Russian Tsar Alexander III, who is well known in France, my country of origin, because he was the one who built the alliance with France, which, by the way, played a big role in the triggering of World War I. There's even a famous bridge in the middle of Paris, which is named after him. So the French people think of him as an alliance builder, but Alexander III said Russia has only two allies, its army and its navy. And I think when you think of friendship among nations, there are things that can change with the circumstances. So I think those diagrams are helpful, but we should also not forget that friendships can shift and can shift quite quickly. The third thing I want to mention, just because it hasn't been mentioned before in the panel, is the crisis. It was a crisis, the banking crisis that happened in the US in March. And I would relate that to what Andreas just mentioned about the risk of erosion of trust. I don't think the March 23 crisis in the US with Silicon Valley Bank and others had much to do with the Trump administration, frankly. I think, however, it was, to me, very surprising and very worrying demonstration of supervisory failure by the Fed. And I am among those who had always thought that the Fed was kind of the gold standard, the global reference for quality of banking supervision. So it has kind of changed my mental map. And I think it's been very scary. It is the supervisory failure, long story short, that forced the US authorities to guarantee all the deposits of the two failed banks, which itself is a very damaging decision for market discipline and has detrimental consequences, not just in the US, but also given the prominence of that decision in other jurisdictions as well. So I think we should work collectively to understand why that big a failure, not leave it undebated, and try to realize the magnitude of the corresponding risk. Thank you.
Thank you. About Professor Park? Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for your nice presentation. So actually, it's like a new presentation on same topic, so I also learned a lot. So I'm gonna be finished really quick because he covers the other aspect of international MBFI activities, which I didn't cover, so it's gonna be good complete for your audience. And I'd like to finish with my comments. I also agree with the importance to coordination of macroprudential policy among advanced economies and emerging economies. So it would be really important bottom line we should carry on from today's conferences. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this session was quite productive in the sense that we start from a very large topic of, say, dollar dominance in an international financial system, and we move to the resilience of the international financial infrastructure, and then we just go down maybe one or two layers down to talk about the MBFIs. And I think it's interesting to think about the persistence of the dollar dominance even after the collapse of the Bretton Woods system, and as the country, all the world has moved to pretty much a floating exchange rate regime, but still dollar maintains its dominance. And now, after the pandemic, after the GFC, and after some new global developments, just like a geopolitical risk, and there's also some structural factors such as a demographic worsening in major G1 and G2 or advanced countries, and China particularly. So, and I think it is an interesting question to see whether the dollar dominance can survive this kind of a new challenge, because all the problems in global financial infrastructure and also even MBFIs, these systems are pretty much settled in the dollar-centric model. So if there's any big change in the dollar dominance and the role of the dollar in global financial transactions, perhaps there is a lot of ensuing changes in MBFIs or other financial markets. So I hope what we discussed today will give an excellent food for thought for the upcoming G20 dialogue. And I really appreciate your great presentation and great comments, and I thank you very much, and we should stop here. Thank you. And give a warm applause to this.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim, for leading the session as a moderator, and also thanks to the panelists for sharing their insights and perspectives. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we give them another big round of applause? Thank you very much. We have come to the end of today's event. We would like to extend our sincere gratitude to all our speakers who provide insight and ideas for financial stability in the ever-changing international landscape. And also, taking this opportunity, I'd like to extend a sincere appreciation to our participants who have joined both online and in person, and also both domestically and internationally. I hope it has been a meaningful and significant time to all of you. With that, we'll conclude this G20 Global Financial Stability Conference 2023. Have a good rest of the day, and looking forward to seeing everyone in person next time. Thank you very much.